Right. I would call the Village of Wolverine Lake special meeting for January 23rd to order. Please, for the pledge of the flag. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
York.
Here.
Singlets.
Here.
Becker.
Here.
Scott.
Here.
Fremont.
Here.
Duff.
Here.
Here. Call to the public. I don't believe we have any public here. And I just want to mention too, maybe council members that are not aware, but this is going to be recorded, but it's not a live feed. So I think you probably all remember that, but just wanted to mention that. So, and it will be downloaded or uploaded or whatever it is fairly quickly after the meeting. Ken assured us so. So we'll bypass the call of the public, saying none, and as far as the discussion of the interview process. And I don't know, as far as, we're going to have a change in the order here. Mr. Thompson is currently en route by plane and should be landing probably around, 7:45 or so? 8 o'clock. So he should be here around 9:45, 9 o'clock. So we're going to shift him to 9. And we've got all the questions. I think everybody knows the questions that we all have come to agree on. So we'll go through and interview each one candidate, and we'll have some discussion at the end. And then we can go from there. So does anybody have any questions?
Yeah, I do. So when you're moving Mr. Thompson down to the bottom, you're going to then go after Gilbert to Rankin and in order as they are?
Yeah, actually, and I'm sure you saw the emails, but Mr. Martin is no longer going to be interviewing.
Oh.
Is that correct? So,
Okay.
I believe he accepted a job at Sylvan, where he's at.
He's remaining in some.
Yeah, yeah. So with that, I guess we probably need a motion to amend the agenda
So moved.
for the lineup there. Any discussion? There was a motion by Duff, second by Malik, I think, right?
No.
Or Dumont, okay. So all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Okay. So I guess we'll get Mr. Mark Gilbert for our first candidate.
Come on down.
I don't know.
Mark Gilbert, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening.
Hello.
Good evening. Bob Malik.
Dave Dumont.
It's Cinco.
Okay. Well, I guess we've gone through your information, and we've got a series of questions here. I believe you were given a copy? No, he wasn't given a copy, okay. So we've got about, 18 questions, I think, for you that we're going to run a gamut on you for. And answer as evenly as you can, I guess.
Okay.
So I guess I'm going to start out, and then we'll pass it around to some other council members here. So, Village Council has thoroughly reviewed your resume. Can you share some things about you that are not included within your resume?
One thing's not included. I am 29 years old. I have a wife, and I have 3 kids, a 5-year-old, a 2.5-year-old, and a 6-month-old. 2 girls are the oldest and the boy is the youngest. I got my master's degree in 2016, and I had every intention of using that degree to further my law enforcement career, but due to the course that I took, community planning and zoning, it changed my perspective on how I want to shape my career in the future. I like the idea of creating economic vitality on a larger scale. I believe as a law enforcement officer, I affect people on an individual basis, and the course that I took and the professor that I had really opened my eyes to a new way of thinking on what I want to shape my career to be. So that's where I went with that. And while I was going to school, getting my master's, I was working full-time as a sheriff's deputy, and doing an internship was I didn't necessarily have a lot of time available to do all 3 things, including having 3 kids throughout the process, 2 kids throughout this process also. So I got an internship after I graduated from Oakland University, and I interned for a year with the city manager there. And I built some relationships with that, and that's what led me to the next position as the acting manager at Keego Harbor through the relationship I had with the auditing firm, specifically Raina Emmons, who I know is also your auditor. So that led me to that role. That was a 6-month contract while the manager was out, and now I am here in front of you today looking for a full-time opportunity to leave law enforcement and transition to this new role in my life.
Thank you.
Please share with us what you've learned about Wolverine Lake since you applied to be our next administrator/clerk. Is there one thing that stands out that needs attention?
I read a lot of things through Wikipedia and through the website, and it's all great stuff. A quarter of the village is approximately water. You got a lot of events. Tiki Night is one in particular that is pretty well known. But I went through a lot of agendas and minutes, and one of the biggest things that I got out of everything is the fact that there's a great sense of community, and the council specifically tends to support the manager, and that was something that really stood out to me, and you can see that throughout the minutes that I read over the course of the last couple of years at least. And then you said also something that stands out that would change the last part.
That needs attention.
Needs attention.
Yeah.
Is there one thing that stands out?
Is there one thing that stands out? Needs attention.
Off the top of my head, I don't have anything to give you. I'll be honest. So.
Fair enough. That's fair.
From your resume, it appears you have a career filled with accomplishments. Tell us about 2 that you are most proud of.
One of the ones I'm most proud of is one of my most recent accomplishments was in my last role as the acting manager. I came into a situation where I had virtually no staff and no organizational procedures that were followed, and for example, I had an administrative clerk and a deputy clerk who really didn't understand the roles and what they needed to do, and I left that position with a city clerk, with a deputy city clerk who had the roles and responsibilities that they needed to do to function properly. I acted as the finance director in that role, and I was working on a contract with the county to take over the treasury, and also hired a deputy treasurer. At the same time, I wrote a proposal for my police department to have a sergeant because they did not have one, and they had the budget for one. So creating that standardization in the city to make everything run properly and effectively was a big accomplishment, especially in the short amount of time that I did it in, because I put in a lot of work and a lot of time to show that this is where you need to be, but this is where you were at. That was a big accomplishment that I take credit for. And another one is, as a law enforcement officer, I was a co-author of a $1 million non-matching grant through Operation Stone Garden and Homeland Security, which effectively gives police departments more patrol hours and manpower. And that was a pretty substantial number, I think. And I was one of 3 writers that wrote that, and it was a long grant to go through and write. So those are 2 pretty big accomplishments, I think, that I've accomplished so far in my career.
Ready for me?
Yep, you're up.
Okay. Providing oversight to our police and public works department is a key responsibility for our administrator. Can you share what relevant knowledge you have in public works and police operations?
In police operations, I've been a sheriff's deputy for the past 5.5 years, and I was a corrections officer before that. I do work in the jail at the sheriff's department, but I'm heavily trained in all aspects of policing. Also, speaking fast, I apologize. And then in DPW experience, as I managed my DPW at Keego Harbor, I have worked construction, and a big thing that I did with this DPW is I just negotiated the GLWA water contract, and I didn't have really a large knowledge of civil engineering, and I didn't understand it. So I went to a week course at the county. When I negotiated that contract, I knew what I was talking about, even though I did have the attorney and I did have staff with me from WRC to assist me. So I have a pretty big depth of knowledge of law enforcement and a moderate knowledge level of DPW operations.
When you reflect on your professional decisions you have made, is there one that you would like to do over?
Can we come back to that question?
I don't have a problem.
Okay, there's no problem. I'd like to come back to that question.
Okay, going back to, that'd be Mr. Scott.
Yeah, amen.
Sure.
Welcome, Mark. Our lake is a key asset, as you have already mentioned, to the community.
Yes.
We have a lake management board that recommends various actions to the council. We also have a planning commission, zoning board of appeals, park and recs department, and other citizens groups such as Onwards and Upwards, which is a community foundation.
Okay.
You mentioned the fireworks. All of those are basically driven by volunteers, by the way. What experience do you have with these kind of boards would be one part of the question.
Okay.
And then there's a second short follow-up.
I have a lot of experience with these kinds of volunteers. In Clarkson, my role as intern, I acted as a liaison from many of the committees and boards because they were all volunteer to the council and to the manager. And then also in Keego Harbor, it was the same thing. A lot of Parks and Recreation was a board, and then we had a couple others that I acted as a liaison also to the council, so they would bring me their information. I would go to meetings when I was available. My schedule, I did work 2 jobs. I don't know if I mentioned that earlier. I go to the sheriff's office at midnights. I went home, I took a nap. I go to the Keego Harbor from anywhere from 10 to 5, 10 to 6, 10 to 7 p.m. So a lot of times I would attend meetings when I could. A lot of times I was tired because I had to go back to work the next night. But I have a lot of experience dealing with the volunteer committees and keeping them engaged, because I know sometimes that's, they're not paid, but you gotta really people that want to do it, and that's where my experience lies with both of those situations. Because I've had experience in both these communities at the same level.
So retention would be one of those things that you face with volunteers, I guess. is
Yes.
what you're saying. Yeah. The other side of the question was lake issues, management. Any experience with that?
A little bit. Our Parks and Recreation department in Keego Harbor, she was very active in stone wars, or a lot of lake cleaning issues and stuff like that. So she always presented the information, and we always went through a lot of that kind of stuff. So I have a little bit of a knowledge of it. I haven't directly worked with it, but I do know about it.
Were you searching for starry stonework? Is that
Starry Stoneware, yes.
Okay. One of our
That was in one of our
favorite plants, yeah.
small lakes to
Okay.
dump into and they're trying to keep it from going to the big lake. That's the one.
Thank you.
So,
Great. Welcome, Mark.
Thank you.
Increasing our cooperation with neighboring communities is very important to the Village Council, very important goal. What steps would you initiate to reach this goal?
I would take a lot of steps. I definitely would reach out to leaders of the other communities. I did a lot of that in Keego Harbor due to their relationships with the surrounding communities and the county. And that's where I learned how to create and build and maintain these positive relationships. And so, I mean, just reaching out, sending an email, making a phone call, driving over to meet, taking somebody to lunch, going to lunch with somebody. That's what I did a lot to create relationships and build relationships and maintain these relationships. And I've done that from city managers through county executives, through elected officials at the county. I have because of that previous role, I have now a huge network, and it was due to that previous role. The steps that I took to meet those people and talk with those people and discuss with those people and get assistance from those people and training and mentorships so that I could be the best leader, and then I could relay that to the community that I was in so that we could become the best that we could possibly be. So I took a lot of steps to go out of my comfort zone to make those relationships, and I think I did a pretty good job of doing that when I did it.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
See, I guess I'm up. Okay, what is the most important long-lasting initiative you developed regarding employee development and teamwork? And then, how did you know that you were successful at that?
Would you repeat the question, please?
Sure. What is the most important long-lasting initiative you developed regarding employee development and teamwork? And then again, how did you know that you were successful?
I can definitely relate that question to the organizational structure that I put in place in Nakigo Harbor. I had a lot of resistance in the beginning because of the information that I presented, and the staff that I had tended to be good at like one specific task rather than the entirety of the position at its whole. And I did a lot of work in creating belief in the mission of what needs to be done. And after the first level of resistance, and I got one particular individual on board with what needed to be done, then the rest kind of fell into place. And when they saw things happening faster and happening the right way, and lines weren't getting crossed, and there was no question of this or that, it seemed to the entirety of the staff, the entirety of the council started to see the benefits of it. And the long-lasting impacts is now they operate like a standardized community should, rather than how they thought they were operating, which led to poor relationships and things getting tabled and things not getting accomplished in a timely fashion. And what I created was the ability for those things to get done in not only the appropriate manner, but a timely and efficient manner, so that everybody as a whole knew that they were doing the job that they needed to do.
Great, thank you.
Getting to a collaborative agreement on contentious issues can be difficult. Some municipalities face financial decisions, others struggle with resident disagreements over a plan for the future. Walk us through a time when you faced a particular divisive problem and tell us how you approached getting the parties to agree.
That's a good question. That's a very good question. Let me think. Give me 1 second, please. I got a good one for that. So in the when I was an intern in Clarkson, there needed to be, the budget was very small, and there needed to be a new revenue stream. And what we came up with was a parking lot that would now be paid parking. And that, if you know anything about paid parking, it's pretty big business. A lot of larger communities have it, and they make a lot of money off of paid parking. But in a community like Clarkson, where you offer like these nice restaurants and barbecue places, and where like everybody comes to our community, it was definitely difficult to get the council to agree to that, because they thought that we were directly affecting the citizens within the community rather than capitalizing on people that come to the community. So what we through our first kind of like public relations, we weren't very successful, and as we went through the process, we definitely learned ways to show them that if you ever been to Village of Clarkson, it's pretty small. It's less than a square mile, and everybody that goes to those restaurants from there can walk from their house to those restaurants. They don't need to drive to the restaurants. They don't need to drive to go to the park. So we were showing that through like traffic studies and people coming into the community from Thursday through Sunday. When you have 700, 800, 1,000 cars extra, it's a lot of wear and tear on your infrastructure. Your sidewalks, your benches, your roads. So we were able to show that we're capitalizing on the revenue of people coming into the community from outside of the community, and then we were placing that money towards repairing the infrastructure throughout various parts of the city. The roads needed a lot of work done, sidewalks needed a lot of work done, and that was a big thing for the council, because they originally didn't see that. They just saw we're taxing the businesses. That was their biggest thing. And once we were able to show them that we're not taxing the businesses, we use other communities that have paid parking, and businesses don't really get affected. You park for convenience. I have 3 kids, and I don't care if I got to pay $2 to park. If it's a lot closer, it's a lot closer. So that's what we did. And through our presentations, we were able to show them that we're capitalizing on opportunity and placing that money towards infrastructure, for the roads, for the sidewalks, for things of that nature, so that we had a lot of road problems could be fixed, and that was able to. And after almost a year of going through this, we got them on board, and they approved it, and the money made since March has exceeded what we originally projected to happen.
Great.
When we call the individuals who have worked with you over the years, what will they tell us about you?
They're going to tell you that I'm the most dedicated, hardest working, smartest person you will ever meet. And I have so much drive that it is unbearable to be around sometimes. I don't mean it like that, but that's what they will tell you. I want to succeed, especially in this role. I succeed in every position that I've had, and that's what they'll tell you, all of them. You could call every reference, every employee, every supervisor, every person that worked underneath me. They'll tell you the same thing.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay. What is the most ethical challenge that you have faced? Tell us about how you handled it and what you might do differently now, if anything.
Okay. Without getting too specific, I just recently dealt with an ethical situation, and it was a decision was made in a public meeting about covering a certain person's health care. And that decision was made to cover that person's health care while they were off on disability the entire time. And when a new regime came in, come November, and my contract was towards the end, earlier in January, I know we're still early in January, but earlier, I was told to tell this individual that they will be receiving a bill. We will no longer be covering what was covered. And I said to this individual, you made a decision in a meeting, you set policy to create what was happening, and now you're asking me to go against the policy that you created without the knowledge of everybody else involved. And it was, oh God. I was attempted to be made a fall guy for the situation, and I was not going to be that individual. I'm not going to, I preface myself on doing the right thing all the time, and it's a big part of my background, so in that situation, I made sure that proper channels were gone through, so that if that decision was made, it was done the correct way, rather than behind closed doors, like it was said to do, essentially.
Good. What do you believe that is the most important skill an administrator can have when it comes to administrator and council relationships success? Tell us about a time you had to rely on that talent to build or improve relationships?
I believe the biggest skill is open lines of communication. And in my newest, most previous role, there wasn't necessarily that communication between said manager and council. And what I did to alleviate that was I created a monthly meeting system with each council member to discuss issues kind of off the cuff or get to know more on a personal level, so that not everything was made in such a strict and structured forum. And that seemed to go a long way when it came to decision-making and taking what I had to tell them seriously. Because I realized at my youth I had to earn my stripes, essentially, so to speak. And that communication seemed to alleviate that, and they would let go of the reins more and more and more and more as we develop better relationships throughout the process.
Thank you.
My turn again, I guess. Wolverine Lake provides great services to its residents with a very lean staff.
Yes.
What will be your secret to prioritize, organize, and manage time and evaluate how effectively we are using our resources?
So when it comes to prioritization, I always take like high urgent matters come first. But that doesn't essentially block me off from every other situation that needs to happen. I keep my phone on, my email available, so that if something else needs to be done in the time being, I can get it done as well. So, can you read that again for me? That was a long question. I got
Yeah,
it. But
not a problem. I'll repeat I guess the core for you,
Yes.
Mark. Your secret to prioritizing, organizing, managing time, and evaluating how effectively we as a village are using our resources, staff, equipment, et cetera, I guess.
Okay, so what I prefaced with what I just said, a SWOT analysis is, I think, a great thing, a strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats analysis. That's something that I use often throughout my education and my internship and through my master's project, and that gives me a great idea of what the village do really well, weaknesses that I can improve, opportunities that are there, and threats that affect the village. And I'll take that into consideration when making these decisions. I know that finances are thin, or well, they're not thin. You guys are economically pretty stable, but in terms of like a lot of money, it's not like there's a lot of money to go around. So that's how I go about doing my thing, and I tend to follow that pretty closely, because it provides a lot of guidelines and opportunities that are there that I follow and can do well.
So you can measure.
Yeah, measure, I guess, benchmarking, goal setting, stuff like that, of that nature.
Sorry. All right, two-part question. What is the most important, long-lasting initiative that you have developed regarding employee growth, development, and teamwork? And then how did you measure that success? What is the most important, long-lasting initiative that you've developed regarding employee growth, development, and teamwork? And then how did you measure it?
As a sheriff's deputy, I've been a training officer since 9 months on the job. That's very unheard of. When a couple years ago, I had an opportunity to write training programs that combined multiple aspects of emergency responder personnel, where police, EMTs, and firefighters were involved in like massive situations. Those tend to be like active shooter situations, things of that nature. And so writing those programs, and then we obviously went through the trainings with multiple aspects, multiple departments, multiple paramedics and firefighters in different cities throughout the county. And to measure that success is the ability that we've given those, so we would often have like one person from a community come to us, like say it was Hazel Park, it'd be one firefighter from Hazel Park, or it'd be one EMT from, I don't know, what's Clawson, for example. And that person would then have to train their entire staff. So maybe you don't necessarily, these massive events don't always happen, but when those people are able to train their staff effectively, that's where, I guess, you kind of measure the success. So they train their staff, and then when we would invite other members from that department to our trainings, they would already have a depth of knowledge of what needs to be done so that we can progress to the next level of that type of training. Does that answer your question? Yep. Okay, thank you.
We talked earlier about your accomplishments that you were most proud of. Looking back, what do you see as the most creative or innovative project you were involved with, or the most innovative solution you offered to an issue or problematic situation? Tell us about it, who you involved, and why you think that it was a novel approach.
I think my most innovative solution to a problem was my capstone project for my master's program. And that was, I created economic development models to improve financial stability in the city of Auburn Hills. And at the time, in 2016, they were undergoing like an audit of their sectors, and the industrial sector was lackluster. There was a lot of vacancies, a lot of businesses leaving Auburn Hills. So what I was tasked to do is create ways to retain those businesses or bring in new business. And one of the approaches that I came up with and is now currently being put into place is the Green Initiative. And studies, and so that's, resources and technology for resources and things of that nature, and natural resources, stuff like that. So studies on that tend to be lesser because it's kind of like a newer field. But there was a lot of initiative given to these like green companies for production and new ideas to come into replace what was once Auburn Hills is a pretty substantial place for industry. A lot of headquarters are there, and now being able to put some new blood and new fresh ideas into that has been definitely a positive impact on that community. Is that good? You want to answer your question?
That's the next one.
The village is a unique and close-knit community. We hold many community events. How involved would you be willing to be as a volunteer or public official?
I'll be highly involved. I know that at my last position, it was very hard for me to go to everything due to having 2 jobs, and being on midnights is one of them. But I did make it to events as I was able to. But hopefully transitioning out of law enforcement into this role, I can definitely say that I will attend more events, be a bigger part of the committees, go to more meetings, so that I have a strong depth of knowledge and I make myself known to the public. So, I mean, I'm confident that I will go and bring my family because my kids are young and they love to go to things, and so if that answers your question, I think.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're up, Bob.
I know. Well, this is next to last, okay? So, finally, I gotta get some cheaters here. Please summarize why the village council should select you to be their next administrator clerk.
I think that this is something that I wanted for a long time, and I know that I'm relatively new to this profession. I went from wanting to be a police officer forever to wanting to work in city government, and it's been a relatively short amount of time, 2.5 years, and I have shown substantial growth, I think, in that time period. I went from intern to acting manager, and I just think logically this fits my next role. I am extremely hardworking and extremely dedicated to succeed, and I built super good relationships with a lot of executives, a lot of managers that have offered me mentorships and training to provide me with a lot of knowledge. So this is what I'll bring to the table. Just sheer determination and will. I mean, I'm a young, hot up-and-comer, I think that goes a long way. I have a pretty big name in the manager's circle right now, and I hope that that translates to this position.
Okay. Ed, you want to do it?
Yeah, that question 5, if you want to answer it or not.
I will answer it.
When you reflect on your professional decisions you made, is there one you would like to do over? If you don't have one, say so.
I mean, I don't not have. I'm trying to think of situations that I've been through. I mean, there was a situation where I had 2 employees that just didn't get along, and it was very, very, very toxic in the office. And I didn't necessarily know how to handle that situation from like a diplomatic manager side. As a law enforcement officer, it's kind of a different way to handle certain situations. So my first thing was they both came and just vented to me, and then I kind of just was like, oh, well, you guys, we need to work together to be a team, whatever. And it kind of worked for like a day, and then day 3, it was like, so I actually did it over, and I reached out to my police chief at the time, who had been a deputy chief in Southfield, and he had a lot of manager level experience at the time. And I was like, how would you handle the situation? Because for some reason I'm drawing a blank on how to do it. And he suggested bring everybody into a room and we kind of hash it all out. And that's the approach that I took, and it worked. They got along, they stopped butting heads, they stopped coming to my office and telling on each other like every 5 minutes. That was, I mean, ultimately one person ended up losing her job due to some mistakes that were made. But in that situation, that bringing everybody together and kind of talking out through their problems together so that everybody could kind of hear everybody's story seemed to alleviate the problem. And there's no bickering, and it didn't affect the citizens that came in or other people in the office, because that was a big problem. So that's how I'll answer that question.
Thank you.
I hope it answers it.
Okay, last and final question, I guess. We've asked you enough questions. Do you have any other questions for us?
I always have questions.
More than 18?
No, I only, if I could probably come up with 18 if you'd like. So in this role, what would be your expectations for the person through their first year?
What? May I?
Absolutely.
Did you
Bob.
say the
First year.
First year?
The first year.
Well, I would personally think you'd get yourself acquainted with your staff and the other people of involvement, which would be, naturally the treasurer and the police and the DPW. And, I don't know how you go about pursuing these things, whether you're a get involved type person, give them suggestions, or sit back and analyze, and then approach them down the road.
I'm pretty analytical in my approach, to be honest, but at the same time, I have no issues going to that person or going to each of you and talking to you. I'll talk with everybody and I'll take it all in, and then I'll kind of analyze what I've been told, and then come up with the entire, like that SWOT analysis that I came up with, or kind of like a long-term plan or a bigger picture plan that I'd like to kind of follow in my tenure in this position. That's how I think how I did handle it in Keego Harbor. Although it was 6 months, it was a huge learning experience. Coming into virtually nothing and leaving with a lot of standardized procedures that they hadn't followed for the last 10, 15 years. I mean, it's a pretty big thing to get done in 6 months. So that's the kind of approach that I would take here. I'm not saying that this village needs, a complete revamp of everything, but there's always room for improvement. So.
In our community, besides being the administrator/clerk, you are the overseer of the DPW.
Okay.
I was just going to ask you, did you have that position in your last?
I did. I mean, I had 2 laborers, but I oversaw all purchases, all leasing agreements, a lot of the water and sewer stuff I oversaw, and that's what I did with like GLWA.
And you had a
WRC.
staff of 2?
I had a staff of 2.
Okay, thank you.
Following up on Bob's question and Edward's also, trying to get a little bit of a better idea. Are you somewhat of a walk in somebody else's boots style before you make changes analytically and observatively, or do you feel it's better to come out of the gate with a definitive direction that people will see that you're heading into?
So that kind of came up in my last role. I kind of, everything was like, this is how she did it. This is how so I kind of operated in that way in the beginning, and then I was seeing like a lot of functionality problems and organizational problems, and then I was like, you know what, I need to put together something to show that I'm being serious, because I know that my age tends to be a hindrance in a position of like this. There's not many 29-year-olds city, village, township managers out there. So when I created this document of standardizing procedures and standardizing positions, and it was roughly like 30 pages, give or take, but I was able to present them the highlights of it, what needs to be done, how other communities operate, and that went a long, long way when I was able to give them the huge analytical packet, but shorten the presentation to where it was, this is what needs to be done, this is what I want to get done, and this is what's going to get done, and that's how I laid that time out. And I think I got a lot accomplished quickly, so I think that kind of answers your question.
Well, you're going to be in a longer-term time frame, I would hope, if everything goes well.
Yes, I would
So-
not like, 6-month contracts are cool,
Yeah.
but I would like to be a longer term.
Yeah, so if you looked at the website and read all of the items that you said earlier, I took it you had a feeling that we've got some fairly well-established
Yes.
employees and.
Yes.
and, okay, methodologies, all right. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I do have another.
No, he's got
Oh,
questions
okay.
for us.
All right,
That's the way this is working.
that's all right, I'm just,
What do you feel are the village's biggest opportunities? That's something that hopefully I can work on and move forward. I know you kind of asked me that question, but I'd like to ask you that question, so that I get a feel of what you would like accomplished. Maybe in a long-term situation, 5 years. Go beyond like
Well-
the short term.
oh, go ahead, John.
Well, I was just going to say, we do have a published master plan for the parks,
Okay.
published master plan, and there are a sequence of items in the parks and et cetera that I think we're looking to get accomplished as long as budget.
Yeah, and that was a big
budgets
part
all
of,
together.
that's a big part of Clarkson. They did not have the recreation plan,
Mhm.
and we worked on creating that when I was there. And that gave us a very good guideline, so that when we started writing grants and stuff, we were able to get the funding. Because before, they were kind of operating like, here's $6,000, here's $8,000, what can you do with that? But when we got the plan completed, we were able to get a lot more accomplished and bring up that one major park in Clarkson, pretty ADA compliant now. It's not there yet, because park equipment tends to be very expensive, but it's on its way there. And that was a big part of my internship in that role.
If I may. Sure. You mentioned here's $6,000 here, $8,000 there. Our thing would be, can you get us $6,000 or $8,000 through grants and different
Well,
things?
Yes, I wrote
Okay,
a
so-
$1 million non-matching grant, so I think $6,000 would be no issue for me.
Now, one other thing, you mentioned 5 years, and John had mentioned our parks plan.
Yeah.
We also have a road plan.
Okay.
We have an engineer who we try and stay ahead of our problems on a regular basis. And I personally feel he's an easy person to work with, but you not knowing him, okay, you might have a different idea or plan, and would you be willing to listen to how he's presented his program
I would
to
be-
us over the years?
Yeah, 100%. I'm not just going to come in and be a bull in a china shop. I'm going to take everything into consideration, so I
So
have no issue doing that.
when we're doing things like paving the roads, much of what you'll deal with is there are construction workers in my front yard and they're eating lunch on my lawn. There's going to be a lot of questions like that. How do you handle customer service?
I answer every phone call, and I answer it to the best of my ability. And if I don't know the answer, I always get the answer. And that was a big thing in in Keego Harbor that I dealt with, because I didn't really do that as an intern, and then once I became the manager, it was like every a billion, I would get like 10, 20, 30 questions a day, and as long as I was honest with them, and if I didn't have an answer, I always called them back, or I sent them an email, and that seemed to go a long way, and I had a lot of respect from a lot of citizens, and they tend to always tell me that. I give them the answer if I knew it. If I didn't know it, I found the answer and I gave it to them later on, call them later in the day, send them an email later the same day. It was never like, you call me and I'll wait a week, or that never happened. It was, I can get you it. If I don't know it, I'll get you it as soon as I can. It seemed to go a long way.
I have one real quick question. Are you ready to retire from an 80 or 90-hour week that you've been into and sort of move into 60 hours?
I think I am ready for that. I've been pretty tired for the last couple of years, but you sleep when you're dead, you know. So
Okay.
I want to show my kids that
You're
Yeah.
alive and well. Huh?
when I,
I'm Dad.
shoot for your dreams and go for it, and that's what I try to instill in them. I mean, they're only 5, 2, and 6 months, but hopefully they see that.
I have one last question, and I promise I won't badger
It's all
you
right.
anymore. But as an administrator, if you have the position, and like Mr. Duff had mentioned, you'll get citizens' calls and things. Being with a history and being a deputy, and you get one of these calls, are you going to look at it that, well, geez, do I put my police attitude in, or do I send which we have a very sound police department, okay?
Okay.
You know, what would your feeling be, one of those borderline questions from a resident?
That was a thing for me that I kind of dealt with in this past role, but I learned to be diplomatic in my approach and professional in my approach pretty quickly, and that seemed to be better. It's not always the easiest, because for 5.5, 6 years I can relay information one way, and then I come in to do a manager's role, and I got to kind of change how I do things, but it definitely seemed to go over well, and I don't. It's a better approach, I think, at this level than what I had previously, kind of gone through, kind of done. in my
Thanks for
career.
bearing with my questions.
So,
We have,
Anybody else have any other questions? Do you have any other questions for us?
I mean, just what are your next steps in the process? I know I read it through the agenda, but what's your realistic timelines?
Well, we're hoping
Things to be
to
done.
move real quickly here, so we've got, 4 applicants tonight, so based upon interviews, we're planning on trying to make a decision at some point tonight.
Yeah, so I mean,
If
I'll be
possible.
up all night long, so if you want to call me, I'll be available.
Well, if you have a little one at home, you're liable to be up.
Well, I'll be at I'm gonna go home, put them to bed, I'm gonna take a little nap, I'm gonna go to work, so
no,
call me around 10, I'll be good.
no. You have the
Yeah.
midnight shift again.
I
right?
am, yeah, it's definitely different.
Mm.
Yeah, so that's basically what we're looking to do.
Okay, sounds
Get
awesome.
somebody in place very quickly here, so.
Hey, thanks for your time. and
I have some
insight.
updated resumes and references if you would like them, I can leave them with,
Sure.
just so you want to look them over.
Great. Thank you for
Yes.
listening and expelling.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Be careful driving out there.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, up here and
I'm gonna grab a cup of coffee myself.
I'll take one here. There you go.
Thanks, Mark.
Yeah.
Thank you, nice to meet you all.
Take care.
Appreciate it.
That's what they.
Did you get one?
Hi, Neil Wall-York. Nice to meet you.
And cigarettes.
Hey, John Scott, how you doing?
Dave Dumont.
Bob Malik, please.
I guess need a motion to reconvene.
Make a, he made it. I'll second.
Okay, that's a motion by Duff, second by Malik to reconvene our council meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Okay. And everybody just shook hands with Neil Rankin. So what we're doing here is we've got like 18 questions for you, Neil.
Okay.
And we'll kind of go around council here to have different council members ask.
All right.
And we'll go from there. So I guess I'll start out, and it says, this is Village Council has thoroughly reviewed your resume. Can you share some things about you that are not included in your resume?
Well, I guess, I've taken kind of the non-traditional route when it comes to municipal government. I originally was into recreation, my bachelor's degree, so, my focus when I graduated from college was, this is going into, serve the community, but at the recreational end of things. And then as things have progressed and things changed, so I think one of the things that, that obviously you can see in my resume, I have a bachelor's degree and, master's degree in public administration, and I guess one of the things I would say is that, I'm kind of well-rounded when it comes to, hands-on experience with municipal government, from budgets to operations. I mean, one of the things I think that my resume sort of conveys, is that it's a variety of experiences, a lot of things that we, whether working in recreation or working in municipal government, especially in like smaller units of government, that we're left with, having to wear a lot of hats. And that's, you have to learn who the contacts are, who can help you with to get where you need to get your organization to. And I think that my resume sometimes touches on it, but that's one of the things I think that's often left out.
Great, thank you.
Please,
Yeah.
oh, sorry.
Anybody else? Any other issues on that one? Okay. Go ahead, Mark.
Please share with us what you've learned about Wolverine Lake since you applied for this position. Is there one thing that stands out to you that needs attention?
Well, I would say one thing that Wolverine stands out with Wolverine Lake, it's obviously a quality of life community. They really value having, a certain level of quality of life, with the resources you have around here, or obviously recreational resources, lakes, and obviously a proximity to, a larger metro area that has a lot of obviously amenities as well. I think one of the things that if I was, when I read through your meeting minutes and I noticed that, you adopted in 2018 a Parks and Recreation Master Plan, and obviously that is something probably that you want to be moving on and implementing sooner than later. And that's something I could obviously would address as well. I mean, I've gone after this last year I applied for 2 Michigan Natural Resource Trust Fund grants. Not successful, but that's usually the case when the first time go around on one of these. But I have done other grant writing and things such as that. So I'm actually going to be applying for another Michigan Natural Resource Trust Fund grant with this year, and then actually working jointly with the Montrose Township to do the same.
From your resume, it appears you have a career filled with accomplishments. Tell us about 2 that you are most proud of.
Well, I think one of the ones I'm proud of, obviously, is is one that just recently finished. This was the bag building in Edmore. I was it was a project that started off doing, and then it had transitioned, to a number of ideas. I was working with the DDA on that, and so I was, just doing that. Obviously, doing this project as a part-time manager, and so the fact that we, pursued funding, and that was a lot of, larger projects today obviously are funded from several different sources. But this one was like one of the most unique ones. So we took a building that was part of the Century building, 3 floors, 30,000 square feet, and converting it into a marketplace. Getting a business plan, lining up vendors, but the big issue was the sources of funding to do it. So we were able to bring in funds from the DDA, MEDC, plus with a large sum of dollars for that. Also, the USDA Rural Development had funding on top of that, and we even used a revolving loan fund that we had with the village to basically put together a $1.4 million project that cost the taxpayer next to nothing. So it's kind of a really kind of cool achievement that I did. I learned a lot because I became one of the things I had to do through that process, become a Michigan certified grant administrator through MEDC. So had to learn the whole process of reporting and everything. So I guess the other significant thing achievement would be getting my master's. you know, and when you start off, you know, down that path, you know, you're kind of thinking, okay, and by the time you get to that last semester, and for me, I was commuting a lot, so it was kind of a relief to finally say, yeah, I did it, whether or not I got a job out of it, at least I knew I could do it, so just one of those time-consuming things.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr.
Mr.
Mel.
Malik, sir? Oh, is it up to me already? I apologize. Providing oversight to our police and public works department is a key responsibility for our administrator. Can you share what relevant knowledge you have in public works and police operations?
Well, absolutely. I have worked with two separate municipalities, two very distinct municipalities. My Montrose was and is, you know, we're just a small unit. We don't have to deal with water. Sewer belongs to Genesee County, and so we are left with just mostly roads. We don't have a lot of the other amenities that other municipalities have, or not amenities, but facilities. When I was with Edmore, you know, we had our own wastewater treatment, we had our own wells, water towers, cemetery, and 2 industrial parks that we had, you know, a lot to do. So very distinct. You know, I work with both of them. In Montrose, I work with the township. We have a police contract with them. And then I had a police department with Edmore that was dissolved, and basically for cost savings with the sheriff's. Montgomery Sheriff's unit being the one that took doing patrolling within the village, so it was a cost savings. But I have experience working with both sides of that. You know, I have pretty good working relationships with Montrose. We've actually just passed a millage for public safety in Montrose. They're giving us some additional dollars. We'll be getting starting in July to offset those rising costs that we were just for years and years paying out of the general fund. And with like our DPW, I work obviously really close with them. Right now we're addressing, you know, obviously the lead copper rule and looking at what steps we need to take to be compliant.
Mr. President? Question on the DPW. How many people did you have in Montrose, and how many people were underneath you in Edmore?
I have a total of 3 in Montrose, plus seasonal. And then in Edmore, I had anywhere from 3 to 5, you know, seasonal. I had like 2 seasonal usually. So we run a real tight ship with just 3 guys.
Just out of curiosity, were they union?
No, neither of them are. Oh, I'm sorry, Montrose union, yes. Edmore not.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I have a question there. I take it they're like sister communities?
No.
I mean,
No, they're. I started off in Edmore, so they're about an hour and a half apart.
Oh, that far apart?
Yeah.
oh, okay.
So about an hour and 20 maybe. Yep, so I did a lot of driving.
Well, the reason I ask that is one says October, and your experience October 15th to present, and then you have April 16th to present.
Yeah.
So you're still working both an hour and a half apart?
Yeah, well, I was recently put on administrative leave with nothing. The new council came aboard, and I believe they're looking to basically eliminate the manager's position. That's all I can.
And is that in which community?
That was with Edmore. So that was,
okay.
this recently happened at the December meeting, and, you know, I'm still the village manager there, so there's no reason other than the new council came aboard and decided to go in a different direction, I guess. So it was a unfortunate event, but nothing that, you know, I was surprised about. It was, you know, you have two groups of distinct individuals in that community, and, you know, it depends on who you're, you know, I was just the messenger. So.
Just a point that I noticed when I looked at what your responsibilities were as a city manager versus a village manager, there's quite a difference. I mean, there's DPW and police, but it seems like I would have thought there'd be a lot more comparisons than the few that there were.
Yeah, well, I mean, with the differences, like with Edmore, I had a lot more. We had a business. We had Hitachi that was in Edmore, and they had millions of dollars. And when they left, when they closed up shop in in 2006, 7, they left the village in a nice financial position, and so then we were able to do a lot of things that most municipalities couldn't do.
I
So
see.
we had, and we also had a foundation, so which was really super nice, because you're just, when you had to make a request to say, we want new bathrooms for our park, I just put it on the top of the list, and then you'd usually get it. So that's, so I had, and with Montrose, everything is a little more, I've slowly got our financial house in order. We just had our audit review our auditor was at the last council meeting here in January. And, and we've been, with the new GASB rules and whatnot, we've really put our position, from $800,000, our net position, $800,000 to about $1.8 million. So that's addressing all the OPEB stuff that we've
Thank you.
addressed, so.
Moving on. When you reflect on your professional decisions you have made, is there one that you would like to do over?
In hindsight's always 20/20. There's obviously some things, I wish to be, obviously, when you're part-time at both municipalities, you're left with the trying to communicate to, two communities at the same time. And obviously, that's one of the things that, wish I did more of as much as I could, but it's the time is always the crunch. And that's why, with like a full-time position where you have just one council to deal with, I was, for the last 2 years, I was dealing with 2 councils, 2 planning boards, I was the ZBA, ZBA, all those kind of, and all those committees, and that takes a lot of time. So trying to communicate to them, and give them direction, is back, I just wish you had more time.
Thank you.
Well, welcome, I guess, is the best thing to say. Our lake is a key asset of our community. It's about 25 to 30% of our actual physical community. We have a lake management board that recommends various actions to council. We also have a planning commission, zoning board of appeals, park and recs board, and other citizens groups that sponsor individual items such as Onwards and Upwards, which is a community foundation. Really sort of a two-part. First, in terms of the boards, do you have experiences working with volunteer boards?
Yes, yep, that's why I serve on them and I work on them, so I have, like I said, at both communities I was working in, arts councils to Parks and Recreation. And I was the chair of the Parks and Recreation Midland until just recently, so.
Yeah, I noticed that in your
So,
resume.
yeah.
Yeah. So that's really a thing core in your heart, in a sense, is park and recs. And
Yeah, I always, like I said, I have a recreation background, and I always like, and seeing the amenities that they can offer to be expanded and improved.
now, what about lake issues? Managing a lake, being involved with how those lakes are managed. Do you have any experience in that?
No, I don't have my experience. I understand, I know, like, obviously, I had my DDA chair lived on Lake Isabella, so a lot of the issues he would relate to me with, what levels of the lakes, obviously addressing any kind of pollutants that would be in there, as well as, just trying to make sure that the quality of the water, that's the big thing that we're pushing, is maintained.
Did you get any chance to look at our website?
Yes.
You
Yes.
did?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Ready? All right, increasing our cooperation with neighboring communities is an important goal for the village council. What steps would you initiate to reach this goal?
I've done that in a couple communities. One of the things I've done is we look at our assets and see what we have that we can obviously share between both communities. I've done that for memos of understanding. Right now, I have one with the Village of Chesaning with Montrose. We bought a beautiful street sweeper. We run it maybe once a month in the summertime, and so they recently passed, I think, 12 or 14 mills of new roads, and so they really like getting our street sweeper. When I actually reached out to them 2 years ago and said, I see your street sweeper, you can't get parts for it anymore. We're willing to, obviously just billable state hours for that, and so they didn't have to purchase a new one, where it covers our expenses, and it's been a good relationship. Done it for other pieces of equipment as well, and even for just cooperation between like my DPWs. I've done it with Lakeview and Edmore, and I've also done it with Montrose and Chesaning, which is kind of our closest neighbor.
Great, back to me. What is the most important long-lasting initiative you developed regarding employee development and teamwork? And then how did you know that you were successful about that?
I've devoted a lot of time to basically getting my employees trained as much as possible. And long term is basically developing budgets that fund that training. And whether it's our treasurer, our clerk, our DPW, I learned that was our mantra in the ice business when I worked in operations for that, was I'd much rather have you trained and see you leave than not have you trained and have you stay. And that's just, I've always, make sure that we are allocating the funds, we identify the different organizations right at the get-go that, and the conferences that trainings we're going to send at the beginning of the year. So that has been really good. Plus, regular staff meetings have, never was done in a lot of communities, and so our staff getting together, talking about things, so then no one's ever blindsided by, I sent that email to you and you didn't respond, or I talked to you about that last week. We actually sit down and usually have a good hour staff meeting once a month to make sure we're on the same page.
Okay. Thanks.
Getting to a collaborative agreement on contentious issues can be difficult. Some municipalities face financial decisions, others struggle with resident disagreements over plans for the future. Walk us through a time when you faced a particular divisive problem and tell us how you would approach getting the parties to agree.
Well, one of the things that happened in Montrose was when I came aboard, like I mentioned before, financial situation that we were in. The idea was to, the previous administrator that was their manager, his discussion was basically moving all employees to part-time. And I said, I'm not sure how that would work. And so luckily at that same time, our police contract was up. And that was really, and for years and years and years, we just kicked the can and it came to funding for police department. And so we had to, basically convince council and, if we go to part-time, we're going to have a revolving door of employees. We're not going to be able to do we're a small community. We do have, a better part of our community is our schools. We have, our community school, our Montrose Community Schools. So you end up having, the expectations of roads are going to be plowed and salted, and weather like this, obviously, it has to be done. So that's where we sat down, we worked out with the township. Obviously, they were not happy with, saying, hi, by the way, we're going to not pay you $180,000 that you were getting up until just recently, so we're going to renegotiate our contract, we're going to come back, and we basically come up with a system that worked for a while, while we moved forward trying to find ways to fund, fully fund the police department, and that was obviously through a millage. So that's what we're contentious, absolutely, because you have, council with their vision, the township with what their expectations are, and obviously residents who chime in that say, why now? Why is this costing us more? And so obviously putting that together was important.
Okay, great.
When we call the individuals who have worked with you over the years, what will they tell us about you?
We probably have a dedicated employee, resourceful. I have an open door policy, so I'd much rather, I'm not going to want them to come in and they have a problem, they have an issue, talk to me about it, and we can work on it, we can go from there. I would say that, I often allow my employees to make the call, that IBM saying you make the call, that's where I went on, I empower my employees to make the decision, I provide the tools for them, and wherever, like I said, the trainings I provide for them, the equipment, and saying, hey, would this make your job easier? Yeah, okay, let's make it a possibility, or let's see if our community has it, or well, here's a number of someone I just talked to about that same issue we're having. Go speak to them, they might be able to help you out. and then have them run with it. If they have more problems, I'll get involved and more hands-on, but usually I try to empower my employees to make the right decision.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here. What is the most ethical challenge that you have faced? Tell us about how you handled it and what you might do differently now, if anything.
Ethically, I would say one of the things that, it wasn't, one of the issues I had with when I was my first stint in Edmore, I call it, was, we had issues with the parks, and I guess I tried to work with the council with basically addressing, like the equipment we had in our park was dangerous, hadn't been updated for years and years. There was stuff, and I brought people in, and not just me, but I was a certified parks or a certified playground inspector at one point, and said, no, this is what we need to do, and the newspaper ran with the article because they were at the council meeting, but I guess, I should have worked closer with the press on that, so it didn't seem like it was, it became very contentious as a group of people on council saying, oh, this is what they're trying to do, this is what the manager's trying to do. No, this is benefiting us, benefiting the community and kind of maybe more communication, but once again, always run into that, being a part-time employee, there's always that issue of trying to communicate, and obviously when the newspaper gets sometimes, gets something like that where they say, look at this contention, you're trying to find a better, more ethical way of not putting any person under the bus, speaking.
Okay, thank you.
What do you believe is the most important skill an administrator can have when it comes to administrator-council relationship success? Tell us about a time you had to rely on that talent to build or improve relationships.
I would say the strongest one is the ability to listen. That's, you're obviously going to have your constituents talking to you about, different things that they wish to see. And then I need to listen to, council members on what their thoughts and what their view is going forward. Obviously find workable solutions from that. But I think the listening is the real key. Obviously, I'll contribute when I can, but I am often, like I said, my view is to give council, you're basically the board and employees as well, the tools, training and what have you. The same thing I would give the DPW or police or anything else to help you make those decisions and get you in the right direction, and give answers back to your constituents.
Thank you.
Well, I think one thing we can say I'm proud of at the village here is that we provide great services to our residents, and we do it with a very lean staff. What is your process, if you would, for prioritizing, organizing, and managing not only your time, but your staff's time, and then evaluating how effectively we are utilizing, or the employees who are reporting to you are utilizing their resources?
You can kind of do informal time studies on things to see where, and obviously with your, when employees here, I'm sure have timesheets where they're allocating where their hours are going, and we can see, if we're spending more time on something that is obviously not to the benefit of the community, or say there's obviously efficiencies that can be brought into play. Those are some of the things that I would look at. And they're fairly simple to do, and gives you an idea. And I can report to council and say, okay, this is what a typical day is looking like, and we're spending too much time addressing these things, and we can reprioritize a few things or obviously, shift staffing to address this larger issue at this time. So, we have to, obviously being lean is wearing, have to wear a lot of different hats, and bringing people, if you have to bring in people, to do the job, if your employees don't have the resources to do it, so.
So I think you answered that from a staff perspective. How do you manage and prioritize your time?
My time, usually I try to make myself available for in the mornings, try to basically scheduling wise as much as possible. In the afternoons, it's more as my typical day goes, more time in the office. I try to make a good effort every day or so to drive. I call walk the shop floor and see all the things that are happening. It just so I'm up on it. So it never comes to me because I do code enforcement as well in Montrose, so I wear that hat as well. So it's never an issue of I didn't know about it or someone didn't tell me. So I try. That's basically how I try to schedule my individual day. Long term, right now, obviously we're looking at a year process. We sit down with a handful of dates. My treasurer, go over budget stuff, see where we're at. Get with the council members in a few days. In the next couple of months, and get their take. We've obviously adopted a capital improvement plan, our master plan, those items, and we go from there. So when we have the short term, calendar, I would call it, the day-to-day operations, and the long-term, month, and obviously we documents that will give us an even further out view.
Is it me again?
No,
it's me.
We're on wall yet.
What is the most important,
I'm just gonna say.
long-lasting initiative that you have developed regarding employee growth, development, and teamwork? And then how did you measure the success?
Well, like I said, I think like I said, the long-term, has been basically our budget that we're utilizing and putting dollars for training. I mean, that's, how do I measure success? It's having an auditor, and auditors usually don't get too excited about stuff. When they go, wow, you guys are in a much better financial position, and tell the council, and it's us all working together, looking at little things. I've done a lot of what I call low-hanging fruit in both communities. Everything from replacing our lighting LED to addressing our union contracts and addressing OPEB stuff and that. We've been looking at just a lot of can we do this in house? Can we do it better? Can we how can we for instance, I'm doing one of the things that we're doing this spring, hopefully, where we have money from CDBG, Community Development Block Grant, about $30,000, which is administered by Genesee County. We're using that to take one of our old well houses and convert it into a unisex bathroom at one of our parks. Something desperately needed. We've been using porta-johns for years. They get vandalized, they get knocked over, those kind of things. So trying to look at those kind of utilizing what we have and doing what we can.
Thank you.
Well, that answers it.
Yep.
Good.
Good.
We talked earlier about the accomplishments that you are most proud of. Looking back, what do you see as the most creative or innovative project you were involved with, or the most innovative solution you offered to an issue or problematic situation? Tell us about it, who you involved, and why you think how it was a novel approach.
Well, I guess the example we had our DDA did a project a number of years ago in Montrose. It took about $500,000 in bonds, and they and were in the street streetscape, new sidewalks, lighting, all that, among a couple other things as well. And what they weren't expecting was a downturn in the economy in 2008, which really hit the DDA really hard. And so the revenue that we were expecting didn't happen. And so we still had bonds, and unfortunately we didn't have enough dollars to cover those bonds, what we were bringing in to what we were paying out. We were at the end of their last 3 or 4 years of paying all those bonds. And so what I did was, obviously work with the auditors, work with our treasurer, make sure everything was, just did an interfund loan, water, sewer, and we were able to, basically owe the money to ourselves, stretch those bond payments off for another 6 years, and avoid having, the DDA having to, worry about how we're gonna make these payments, but still do the things we need, the DDA has to do that, our city obviously does for them, plowing of roads, or plowing of sidewalks, salting, improvements to all those items that have to be done. So it was, my council was like, really, we can do this? I said, well, yeah, we can do this. We're just owing the money to ourselves, and obviously we're stretching those payments out at $30,000, giving us a few more, longer period of time and a little bit more, and obviously probably better interest rate too, so.
The village is a unique and close-knit community. We hold many community events. How involved would you be willing to be as a volunteer or public official?
Yeah, I guess I'm involved with a lot of different events in both communities. When I was in both Edmore and Montrose, we've done from candle walks to the Berry Festival to a lot of different things. Quite involved in all those community kind of things. It's good for the elected and appointed officials to show face at these events, because they are important to the community. That's what brings them together. And obviously, I always go in with from an operations manager perspective of what can we do to tweak it next year to make it even easier for our employees, or what can we do to make it additional events that we could add that people are asking for, and that's something that we can do. So that's what I like be involved in those kind of different events. Absolutely.
Thanks.
Neil, finally, please summarize why the village council should select you to be our next administrator/clerk.
I think I bring a well-rounded perspective to, obviously municipal government. I've worked with the city, I've worked with the village, and I was actually serving as the village clerk for a little bit. We had our clerk resigned back in September, so for a couple of months I was serving as village clerk, but obviously I do all the meeting minutes for planning board and a lot of other boards as well. When my clerk can't make it, or I just decide, I'll take care of it this time, you're on vacation. So I would say that I have a lot of well-rounded experiences. I would say that I would fit in well with this community. You obviously value recreation, you value quality of life, and that would be something that I would obviously focus working with this council, and pursue and continue in that direction.
Thank you.
Any follow-ups on that? Okay, I guess the last question I have, or we have, I guess, is, do you have any questions for us?
Sure. I guess one question I always would ask is, I know you have 2019's here. What would you consider a good year? What would you say as you look back at the end of December and say that was a good year for the village?
That I woke up January 1st.
That's personal.
Village.
Well, I'm in the village.
Last year was a good year.
Yeah, I guess
We had all good years,
personally, I guess, we have a lot of village events going on. We have fishing tournament, we have Tiki Night, which is a huge fireworks night, and that sometimes gotten out of hand. I know the police department's done a fantastic job reeling that in. As long as it's a good, safe year in the village, and everybody enjoys the lake, we have no issues in the lake, or, I guess, we're a close-knit community, so as long as it's safe and pretty much easy-going year in the village.
Yeah, we have typical differences with neighbors now and again and different things,
Right.
but as a whole, like Brian said.
Any project that you would say that would be really great to have or see, executed, I guess that's a...
Well, we've been working on parks and also the water boards. We've been, we're on our 5th year, I think, of aeration.
The 5th year and a year of deep evaluation in terms of using that system. In the past, and I'm sure in the future, we do put together a 1-year through 5-year plan, particularly in road management. So I think we have benchmarks that as a village that we can push up against. So at the end of the year, we'll probably be looking back at the list created and make sure we've accomplished those benchmarks year in and year out, and particularly as they head towards that 5th year or 3rd year, depending upon what
Oh,
we're.
yeah, I mean, we all, have the master plans and capital improvement plans, and we look at those, and I know that it's always, for me, it's always, okay, well, we have funding for that, but not for that, and arrange a few things around, but, okay, I guess, just talking.
And I guess from planning perspective, I've been on the planning board for a number of years, and, we've updated our master plan
Mhm.
numerous times over that period, but, we started out as a small lake community, and we're getting some change. Bigger houses are being put on small lots, so I guess, we've, we're starting to change a little bit. We're, what, 90, probably 95, 98% built out. Very little, industrial, or virtually no industrial. We've got some commercial and general office, so we're primarily a residential community, so.
And we have a long-term road program with the engineer. Weather like this, you can drive any place in the village. When you get out of it, it might be a little different situation
Right.
depending on the snows and things. But, and then we have the police who also are top-notch, and we maintain, and I say we, the community and this council, maintains the needs of that department. So it is a protected community for the residents. And we just always step up for the people. The people make the community, so. And all the boards, other than council, we get this big pay, but our volunteer boards, okay? And we always have, very seldom that we have openings. There's always somebody stepping up to fill a slot, so.
I've lived here 45 years, and I was elected to council the first time in 1984. And one thing I'm really proud of is that if this community and the councils that have been and gone through has a project, and for some reason finances, we'll pick away at it. It's not something like, it's got to get done this year, and we go into debt. We've, even through those years in the mid and early 2000s, we did a lot of creative things to keep things going, and we didn't get into the red. Our finances are very good, and it's just, we do what we can as when we do it. It's just like, we just had a paving project. They wanted, we were going to pave 2 separate, let's say, subdivisions. Couldn't afford it. So we decided, let's just do one in the fall because we got a good price, and we'll worry about the next one in the spring. And got it done, and got it in before the weather, and there's a whole bunch of people that are happy on the island. One quick question I want to ask you about your with the DPW. Did you physically oversee them, give them work to do, or were you just their supervisor? I mean,
Well, both. I mean, I would be obviously a day like this, I know exactly what they're doing, because I know at 1 a.m. they were out hitting the roads and everything else. So sometimes I don't have to give them any direction. Other times, yeah, it's very, very specific, as in, hey, that's our property, right? Yeah, it has a water main on it. There's a dead tree on it. It's going to fall over and needs to be taken care of. Never noticed it, And so, yeah, it's a combination of those kind of things, All right, you're going to this training. I don't want to go. Too bad, you're going. So that's, you have to know this stuff. So a lot of times it's, they're very, and obviously with being a part-time manager, we week out the work week and just schedule that out. And sometimes this kind of weather like this, I know exactly what they're doing, moving a
well,
lot
for
of snow.
billing reasons, did they have like a time card they filled out?
Oh, yeah, time card, time sheet, so, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we've really, like I said, in Montrose, in the past, there was a DPW director. He passed away 3 years ago, and he was not really in keeping track of those things. So now we're very specific in, where the funds are being pulled from, so, yes.
Thank you.
Great. Anybody, any other follow-ups? You have any other questions for us?
Nope, that was it.
Okay,
Great.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for applying.
Yeah, thanks for applying.
Thank you. Pleasure.
See you, turn back off.
Nice chatting, Neil.
Thanks for coming. You'll have a safe trip back.
Okay.
Ed Sikowitz.
Motion to bring back into session, Mr. President?
Yes.
Second.
It's a motion by Duff, second by Dumont to reconvene. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we got Mr. Michael Smith. So basically, we've got 18 questions, Michael, that we're gonna all swing at you.
All right.
And then we got some room for you at the end. So I guess we'll start out. And the Village of Wolverine has thoroughly reviewed your resume.
Okay.
Can you share something about you that is not included in that resume?
I think it's the fact that I've lived in this area my entire life. That doesn't show clearly. I've been to school. I went to Grand Valley. During that time out in Grand Rapids, I've been to OU. I've worked in the county, but the fact that I'm grounded in this community, I lived in White Lake my entire life. I just purchased another home with my wife and kids just down the road on Union Lake Road. I graduated from Walled Lake Central, '99. And I've kind of grown up here. I was a member of the Walled Lake School Board for a couple years, so I'm tied to the community, really tied to the schools, to this area. My kids are currently actually go to the elementary school that I went to. That's how much I care about this area. They go to Dublin Elementary, and then they'll kind of ascend on up. They won't go to Central because of the districting. They'll go to Northern, but it's okay. Great school. So I think it's just the fact that I'm a public servant through and through, and I've dedicated my life to this. My short time that I've been in this career, almost 15 years now, and I love this area. I want to stay in this area. I have no intention of ever leaving this area. At any point, my wife and I are kind of, she came down here from Saginaw. This is our area where we want to be. So when this job arose, it's like, this is right in my, it took me 12 minutes to get here. Backwoods, I guess, back of my roots here. So.
Great. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay.
Can you share with us what you learned about Wolverine Lake since you applied for this position? Is there one thing that stands out that needs attention?
The one thing that stands out is definitely the fact that it's a bedroom community and that the residents really do care about this community. I've seen that. I've heard about the tenure on council as well. That shows a lot, and that the residents are here. I talked to Mike and John about the experiences there, that you really get to know each other. And that's similar, I guess, where I currently work, similar in Clawson, where you have that really close-knit community. So even amongst the people who work in the offices, you get to know each other, to know each other's families. And so when you can communicate with people as an administrator, you can really get to know them on a one-on-one basis where they feel comfortable. If there's any issues that have come up, you can have that connection with them. And I really noticed that with that and the fact that I grew up utilizing Clara Miller Park and seeing that is such a wonderful asset in this community and how much people care about it. I saw you did the master plan. I see that there are some things that we could implement that are part of that, and that we could use some of those things to kind of help with those things. I remember playing on some of those structures when I was growing up and even bringing my kids there. So I think it's just that close-knit, that bond, the fact that it was interesting when I met with the police chief that you were with Walled Lake for a while and came back. Just, again, it's showing that community-centered approach, that it's really important for the community to have a police division here. There's everything like that, so that's where we're at.
Great.
Well, I have a question.
Sure.
You say about playing on the structures at Clara Miller. Do you think they're time to be replaced?
It is. I think it's always getting community input, and when I read through some of it, I saw that, of course, there's always pushback because you have that historic value or whatever that people put on it, that I played on that as a kid and now my kids are playing on it. So there's a way to approach it to bring in new but also still attach to that historic nature of it, historic feel of it. But yeah, I bring my kids here and it's just funny. I'll be there, and I remember playing roller hockey in that area, so baseball.
Thank you.
Yeah.
From your resume, it appears you have a career filled with accomplishments. Tell us about two that you are most proud of.
I think basically ascending up, the first one was ascending up to being appointed city clerk. I dedicated my life at Clawson there for, I was there for 7 years, kind of showed myself, and that the council there, they could have went out for applications or whatever, and they saw in me that I could step up and fill that role. It was a great accomplishment for my life because over the last almost 10 years or so, I've dedicated myself to elections, clerk world, FOIA understanding minutes and council and all of that thing to actually finally have that goal that you had. That's where I wanted to be, was be a city clerk at that city, seeing that. And now I kind of have this other goal where it's, I really enjoy the management side, and that's why I applied to this. And then the other thing is just really developing the relationships and the networks that I've been able to do. I've been able to connect with other groups that I've involved with ICCA, which is in the community. I'm the secretary of that, which we do the Intergovernmental Cable Communications Board. So it's a consortium that's in Troy that we handle all that stuff. So really the networking, the understanding, the learning about best practices that other communities have shared with me. I think that's a great thing that I've really enjoyed. And I think the other thing is just the personal thing, is just the fact that I dedicated a lot of years to get my master's degree, and then to actually attain it was great. And I know my wife kind of sees that wonderful student loan bill that I have now, but it's been very worthwhile, and here I am, and I've fully invested in just really focusing on local government. I really enjoy that, and that's where I'm at now.
Thank you.
Ready? Yep, go ahead. I'm sorry, you go by Mike or Michael?
Mike is fine, but Michael's, that's a perfect more question.
Just curious, so if we
Yep.
call you either, it's okay?
Either is fine. I don't mind.
Okay, providing oversight to our police and public works department is a key responsibility for our administrator. Can you share what relevant knowledge you have in public works and police operations?
I think generally where I've been at now, I've had on the periphery, I've worked with them. A lot of times it's been with union issues with the DPW superintendent. We've worked hand in hand a lot of times whenever there's been some claim issues, like we just had recently 3 that I had to file with MMRMA. So I had to work with the DPW staff to make sure that the claims are properly filed. It's more of like that on the periphery, working with them. It's not necessarily oversight because we had a DPW superintendent and a police chief, but it's working with them and being a part of the process and working and getting to know the police officers when we were going through the union contract negotiations and whatnot, you really got to know them one-on-one, the sergeants and the patrol officers. So it's really creating that camaraderie that you can touch base with each other and kind of get ideas about things, see how things are running, and kind of give an approach maybe that they don't see, and then vice versa. They can help me establish that with personnel. So.
Thank you.
Question. How many DPW people did you have there?
We had, I think we're up to 14.
And police?
17 full-time. And then we had 2 code officers.
Thank you. When you reflect on the professional decisions you have made, is there one that you would like to do over?
Professional decisions I made. I think sometimes there's been times where you've had to, maybe you can look back and we had an incident where I think we had an employee that I guess wasn't up to snuff, I guess is the best way you can say it. And maybe there have been different approaches that you could have established, better groundwork leading up to their possible dismissal that we had to focus on. I was the deputy at the time, but I was involved in the process, and I think looking back on that, we said that we could have had better approaches at a 3-month, 6-month time frame to really maybe figure out things and help them out to make them a better employee before it got to the end product. So I think looking back on that, I could have maybe stepped up a little bit more, but it was that give and take. I wasn't in the official role yet. I was kind of overseeing the part-timers, but not quite. It was the city clerk's responsibility. So I'd fill in, but a lot of times there would be things where it's like, maybe we should have really had a better laid out groundwork to help them. And then if they didn't reach those goals, then yes, it is time for dismissal. But at least you had that, and you had the paperwork and everything like that, so they knew.
Thank you.
I think one of the things you already recognize living in the area, that the lake is a very important asset to our community. We also, in this community, have a lake management board that recommends various actions to the council. a planning commission, zoning board of appeals, park and recs board, and other citizens groups such as Onwards and Upwards, which is the community foundation that runs our fireworks. What experience do you have with those kinds of boards, volunteer organized boards?
Well, as the clerk, currently, I take the minutes. I'm actually there present at the planning commission meeting when I need to be. Sometimes we have a recording secretary. The zoning board is the same way. We actually help the building department establish the agenda, and we do the minutes. Actually, my office prepares the minutes. If I don't oversee them, my deputy does, but we actually are fully involved with them. We kind of bounce back and forth between the council and the planning commission if we have any any ordinance changes that need to occur, any future planning that things have been coming up. We go back and forth, so you kind of serve as a liaison to the boards and really help that. I swear them in, of course. Keep the records of all that, any issues that come up with them, any training that we do that's out there for MAP or any other groups that are out there. We sign them up for those things. We really communicate with them. I set up all their emails. You know, it's all that kind of that back end work.
And they're volunteer boards?
Yes, they're all appointed by the council.
Okay.
But they're all, we don't have as many. We just have the planning, zoning. We have a Parks and Rec board. We have a library board that they're kind of their own entity for the Public Act. But, and then we have the DDA, which I've gone to here and there or whatever. But, yeah, they're all volunteers.
And they, the Park and Recs has done the master plan? And,
Yes. Yep.
Okay, and all of the rest, all right.
Yeah.
What about lakes? Now, I know you're familiar with the lake
Yeah.
region, but do you, have you been involved with managing or?
No, that I do understand that's my one deficiency. I don't have the experience with that. Of course, I've lived near lakes. I know, understand that. I understand where people are coming from when they have always wanted to live on the lake. Of course, I think everyone wants to attain that dream of living on the lake so you can have it in your backyard. My kids would have loved to have had that. We actually looked at a couple houses here in Wolverine Lake and Walled Lake, and they were just above our price range.
All right. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
All right, increasing our cooperation with neighboring communities is an important goal for the village council. What steps would you initiate to reach this goal?
I think it's very important to have some interlocal agreements. I know that currently I do have a professional relationship with the Commerce Township Clerk, with working within the Oakland County Clerks Association, so I know that's an important role. I think really reaching out, I think, like when you first get in, those first 3 months is really getting to know everyone on council, the residents, but also reaching out to the local communities, to Walled Lake, to Commerce, and to really seeing like what services, other things that can go on, and then see if there's any grants or any projects that maybe are coming up on any of the roads that you can work together to figure out all that, because it's all important about planning. So I think that's the biggest thing is sitting down, connecting with all of them, and actually, reaching out that hand to really get to know them.
Good. Thank you.
Okay, what is the most important long-lasting initiative you developed regarding employee development and teamwork? And how did you know that you were successful at that?
My current one? I think it's just been we've updated a lot of our, I guess you could say forums and just connection with each other. So I know we're all on the same page with whenever there's been any, I think I've created kind of a mock employee suggestion program, I guess you can say is what it is. So if there's any, I've always had an open door. That's just how I've always approached things. And if there's any concerns, constructive criticism is wonderful, that you can actually look at things and say, hey, we're always growing, we're always evolving. And that's how I've always approached that whenever there's been any issues with anything with social media or anything that we've had on our website. I developed a website and kind of continue to grow that and to really get the employees involved. We've created an employee link. And so it's really to get that buy-in. I think that's the long end of the question, is just really to create that goal of having everyone being on the same page.
Getting a collaborative agreement on contentious issues can be difficult. Some municipalities face financial decisions, others struggle with resident disagreements over a plan for the future. Walk us through a time that you have faced a particular divisive problem and tell us how you approached getting the parties to agree.
I know currently the city, we own a senior apartment complex. I'm actually, as the clerk, we function as the landlord. And it's been an ongoing issue where there's been some push to sell it. I was helping, that cause, I guess, with the council. We were kind of on that side. The residents, of course, were on the other side. And then some other business owners really wanted us to. So it's really connecting, but the business owners wanted it just for a parking lot. So how do you attain those things? Of course, because that would help their business. It's right behind. So you sit down with them and you say, okay, what is it that you're really looking for? And I think they were actually looking for having a shared parking agreement, which might be a future plan eventually to maybe take up like lease in essence, like 4 or 5 spots for their employees. But then it's also working with and sitting down with residents is what we just recently did. We had a meeting with the city attorney and the residents, and we just kind of had just a session where they can just talk about everything. And I think that's the biggest thing. A lot of times people just want to get it off their chest, just be heard. And then sometimes they can reach a collaboration when someone else says, well, I want to do this. And then they're like, well, can we compromise on these things? Can we figure something out together? And sometimes you just have to be heard. Just let it out. And then I think that's what happened with the residents is we realized, okay, we'll scratch that. The sale of it had to go to the voters anyhow. And we'll kind of see where the long term is at. We'll check back in with you at 6 months and then at a year, see where we're at. See we can put it in our capital improvement to fix things up, to help some of those issues that are happening with the roof, the siding, carpet, whatever those things were, to be basically a better landlord. But then also, how could we help the businesses? And that created a conversation that helped them, which then created another agreement amongst other businesses. So sometimes when you're trying to figure out one issue, you kind of help solve or help start a conversation about another.
When we call the individuals who have worked with you over the years, what will they say about you?
They will say that I'm very dedicated, motivated, and loyal. I lead with integrity, and that they can always count on me to tell the truth about everything, and that to make the tough decisions, sometimes you have to do those things. I know that a handful of them are waiting on this decision because they don't want to see me go. We value each other. We value our input, our ideas, and I think that's the biggest thing that I've left on. The lasting impression is that I'm hardworking. I am loyal to the end, and just the fact that I'm always trying to advance myself. That's the biggest thing that they see in me is that I'm very but also that I want to help them and advance them and help them and put things in their lap to help them kind of advance as well. Like with my deputy, anything that's come up that would help her. She had to take a FOIA class. I wanted her to do that. She's done any planning classes, how to do minutes, record retention. I'm putting her to the Institute. Anytime I see something else for someone else, it's like, hey, do you want to do this? I want you to better yourself too.
Thank you.
Okay. What is the most ethical challenge that you have faced? Tell us about how you handled it and what you might do differently now, if anything.
The most ethical challenge, I think, has been when you are put into a situation, currently we are in, that information that was in a closed session, I guess is what can happen. Some people could just spout it out, but that was in confidence, that's in closed session. So you have to have, what is your ethics behind that? You have we have a reporter calling you, asking you about things, and you're just like, it was in closed session, it was done, whatever comes out, if there's an agreement or anything like that. In regards to some of the things, in the past, I think is just maybe being more vocal with, because sometimes if there was a decision made that you thought maybe wasn't right, and then if you aren't getting the right answer, if you're talking to the city attorney, and maybe that's who you're supposed to lean on, if you feel that maybe they're not, is then trying to find someone else that you can really connect with to try and say, I don't agree with this, be upfront with it, and then just be like, that. I don't feel that was an ethical decision, so I think it's just being more vocal about those things at another time.
Okay, let me ask you a question to that. Let's say you have that disagreement, and you've gone to these other areas. How will you accept that? Will you go on from there, or are you going to still continue to pursue?
I guess it depends on the issue, and I think the biggest thing is to talk to the council about that, and if you feel that you've hit a wall, or whatever you can say, hit a wall to the attorney, or whatever their stats are, sometimes you just have to move on, because you're not going to go anywhere, and just say that, next time if anything comes up, you've stated your opinions, your beliefs on things, you see that there's no agreeance or whatever the situation may be, and there are times where you do have to move on.
Okay, thank you.
What do you believe that is the most important skill an administrator can have when it comes to administrator-council relationships and success? Tell us about a time you had to rely on your talent to build or improve these relationships.
I think the biggest thing as administrator, what I've seen my former city manager and other city managers and administrators is just be a good communicator. I think that's the biggest thing, is that really at the end of a lot of meetings and things like that, and that goes both ways, to actually understand what you heard and then to make sure that they understand what you're saying. So I think actually, at the end of, if there's a meeting, really say, kind of reiterate, I kind of thought there was a consensus, but I want to make sure that things are there, and working on those relationships that you have with that. And what was the rest of the question?
I think you answered
Okay.
it.
All right. Yeah, good
About the time
communicator,
that you
have,
improved on it.
yeah.
Well, just as I'm up, guys. Wolverine Lake, well, let me put it in a different context. We as a village, I think it's fair to say, provide great customer service to all of our residents, and we do it with a very lean and well-run staff.
Yes.
Very independently run staff, if you would. What is your process for prioritizing, organizing, and managing your time and evaluating how others, as well as yourself, are being effective in using resources?
I am a big person on checklists. I love jotting down the day, I kind of have two checklists. In the morning, when I first do it in my current job, I do my own. Even when I was a deputy and I had a supervisor over me, she was let me be independent. I would have my own checklist. I knew, okay, I have these licenses to do, these permits, I have these phone calls to make, to return, I have dog licenses or whatever it may be. And then at the same time, you have residents coming in. So you have to kind of triage, if you will, and figure out which one is more important at that moment. Because sometimes the resident, clearly if they're just getting a dog license, you can turn around and do that thing. But then if the manager comes in and then you have something else now in this role, of course you are that person. So then you look at and you kind of see what has to get done. Are there any agreements that have to be done, any resolutions, minutes, any things that are timely? You look at the timeliness first and you put those in order, that if there are things that are more timely, you put those ahead. And then you delegate. You make sure that you can trust in the other people that are in the office, that they can work on some of the other things that you can get done, and then work on other projects that that, hey, you might have this long-term plan, and then you can say this is like that long haul. We can kind of research when we have time. You look at some of those things that you can kind of, for forecasting and other things like that, looking at grants, seeing the time frame of things. But in the morning, I have the checklist. At the afternoon, when I'm done with the day, I'm like, okay, I got those 3 things done. Okay, you kind of look at that time management, and you're saying that piece, well, this I don't have to do until like Friday. So maybe I can work on it a few minutes here and there, but it has to be done at this deadline, because if council's asking for something at a specific deadline, of course, that needs to get done. Then you expect that in the other staff as well, like, if something about coming in, if there's training or if there's anything like that, you got to make sure that they're there and that they're timely.
All right, what is the most important, long-lasting initiative that you have developed regarding employee growth, development, and teamwork? And then how did you measure that success?
I think the one thing that we were trying to do, and it's not there yet, so it's kind of a not quite answered there yet, but my hope is that when I leave, if I do leave, get the opportunity to, is that it will continue on with my deputy or whoever takes over, is really setting up a training program to where because through our insurance, we can actually set up, like little tutorials or whatever it is to really help them with other things, because our MML risk management, they always talk about those things that we need to learn about these things, and we've never had that in place. We just knew that they were kind of there, and each year they come, they're like, hey, you have some deficiencies, you need to learn about these things. Here's this, and then it just kind of, yeah. They've kind of fluffed it off. But I think it's really important for the team building and other things that we've had, just to really connect with each other. And I know the police department has started with that. They did some ALICE training at the schools, things like at that, in Clawson schools. So I think it's the training. It's kind of like I planted the seed. So I haven't seen it yet, but I'm really hoping that eventually it will. And I've the buy-in from the new manager maybe will be there. We're kind of in a phase right now too in our own city. So I'm hoping I've been pushing my own department, and even some of our part-timers are really being pushed for training. So we have BSNA, they're training on any training opportunity. So I think that we've set that groundwork, and I hope that will continue.
We talked earlier about the accomplishments that you were most proud of. Looking back, what do you see as the most creative or innovative project you were involved with, or the most innovative solution you offered to an issue or problematic situation? Tell us about it, who you involved, and why you think that it was a novel approach.
That's a good one. I think the biggest thing that I've, because you get feedback from the public and the council, I would say is kind of the whole encompassing social media aspect that we've increased in our connection to our base. When I first started, our Facebook, I think likes, I know it's kind of an older platform now, but we probably were at 3,000, and I think since I've been there for 7 years, I think we're up to like 6,000 likes. So I mean, that's big to see that increase over the year. I've added Twitter, we've added Instagram, YouTube. We do all those things. I helped redesign the website because, I was dealing with the website daily. I was doing all the updates or whatever it was that was going on with the website, which I did at the Oakland County as well. And I just was staring at it every day. I'm just like, this can change. There's so many things that we could have, better usage for people when the residents are coming on, or they want to know how to pay their taxes, or they want to find out about the audit or the park plan or whatever it is. Like, you want to think about how can they do that. And I think reaching out, and I researched other communities. I saw how they laid out things. I kind of gathered all that information, and I was able to, I pretty much like design the layout, and we were able to, I pushed the manager to say, no, it's time to like bring our website kind of up to a more modern version. And we went with Revise, and they were shocked because I told them, I said, no, I want this here, I want this box here, I want this to look like this. I pretty much designed it. They just, the people, they just coded it for me basically. And then just anything I've always looked at when I see other communities, I like to look at how they're doing things. So when I see a post about something, I'm just like, hey, we should post something, about that too, because our residents probably want to know. So it's really reaching out to see what other communities are doing. And like I said, that when I look at the website, I kind of see it's my baby, if you will. When I go to our homepage, I was like, I helped design that. And so I've been really proud of that. And then to hear, I think Revise said that they might have won an award for overall design or feedback from it. They use that kind of as their template for other communities. So that was kind of a nice thing to hear.
Okay, designing a web page, you say this here and that there, and one of us or all of us look at it and say, well, geez, we don't think that fits there. Mm-hmm. How would you sell us on that idea? I mean, to make yours better than what we're thinking.
Oh, well, I think it's always working. I think that's the thing is, even within the site, you have to be, everything's organic and everything flows as time. Like, I've even tweaked it a little bit over the last couple of years, because as you've seen it and I've been clicking, I was like, this shortcut should be here. Or if you're hearing enough feedback that says, no, I think this should go here, I've done that. We've created more different home icons that is like where I thought, forms and documents should be up front, and then city council's like, no, we should be in that mix too. So it's that give and take. You see, this is where I'm coming from, this is where we're coming from, and we were able to compromise and figure out how that approach could happen.
Okay, thank you.
The village is a unique and close-knit community. We hold many community events. How involved would you be willing to be as a volunteer or public official?
Very much so. Involved in much as I can. Like I said, living nearby, my wife and I and the kids, we're always trying to find things that are nearby. Oftentimes we go to Walled Lake a lot, to the lake there, of course, to the park there. We walk around, but we've gone to Clara Miller Park before, like I said. And so if there's any events, we love that it's close by. We actually visit the Dairy Twist quite a bit in the summertime. So I think that's that my kids always talk about that when it gets warm. So anytime that there's an event, I fully would be invested in it. Clearly, I'm in White Lake nearby. So anything that comes up, like I said, it's 10 minutes away. If our schedules allow it, because my wife works as well. then we'll be here. That's just how it is. You invest yourself. You come on, and then you invest yourself in the community, get to know everyone, go to the events, and be seen, and just enjoy what you have to offer.
Great, thank you.
Okay, finally, please summarize why the village council should select you to be our next administrator/clerk.
Well, thank you again for the opportunity. I believe when I first looked at this, I did. I thought a lot about it. Like I said, I'm a loyal person. It was a minor struggle to want to apply elsewhere, but when I saw this and how close it was in the community and what I enjoy, and that close-knit, customer service-oriented version, that's why I have those skills that I really like dealing with people. I have ever since I was in college. I was kind of always in that role where I was a resident assistant. I was always dealing with problems and personnel things. And I just feel that with the close-knit, the understanding of the community, being nearby like my whole life, just living nearby and enjoying these things and dedicating my life to this type of work, I think I'd be a good fit, and I'd be able to bring some good ideas that I believe that I've done to kind of help move us forward, continue going with the growth, but also having understanding of the historic nature of this, and that you do have people that are a little bit slower to want to have change, but to do it in a good process, to have like a laid out plan and have goals together, have a 3-month outlook, a 6-month, 9-month, and then work on that each year, work on your goals and what you want to attain, look at infrastructure plans, other things, and basically be forward thinking and kind of innovative in thinking. I believe that's how I am. So, if you think about something, you're like, oh, I know about this grant or whatever it is, that you can go out and apply it, talk to the council, talk about that. And I feel that that's kind of how I am. I'm energetic in what I want to do. This is what I want to do. I've dedicated, like I said, to my education and my experience. I'm a public servant through and through.
Thank you.
I guess last of all, well, at least here, do you have any other questions for us? Or do you have any questions for us?
I think the biggest thing is, what are you looking for? I know that's kind of an open-ended question, but you asked me, so what is it that you're looking for? I know Nathan was here, but then prior to that, Sharon was her long tenure was here, so.
Yeah, she was in that position for 25 years.
Yeah, so you've had someone who,
Before that, right? Yeah.
and I know you just, a couple years ago, you just went through this with
One of
Nathan,
the
so.
things in our community, and I was looking through your resume again, is that we don't have elections held here, so
Yeah.
the clerk's responsibility is really minuscule.
Yeah, Mike had told me about that when I met with him.
And obviously, when you become the city manager or administrator, whatever term you want to use, there's a lot that goes into it. Now, I've been asking other people this. As far as the DPW, did you have any contact or responsibility to them, doing their work, getting things done, or was that mostly the administrator's job?
It was, the only time I was helped, like I stated before, is just if there was any claims issues.
Okay.
Like we just had an issue with where there was a water main break and they had to do mud jacking to one of the private.
But no on-hands actually.
No, I've never had to do anything like that. I've been down there, I've met with them. It's basically all administrative side that I've had to deal with. Any union stuff, there's been grievances, anything like that. It's been through, because as the clerk, I've worn many hats. I'm perfectly comfortable with not doing elections. If Missy wants some help, I'll gladly help her, and because I know there's a precinct here. I've worn many hats. I'm actually the HR director as well of the city, because we're minimal staff as well. It's myself and the deputy, the treasurer, and her assistant, and we pretty much help each other out. So we'll help over there, do taxes, water bills, things like that if we need to. We do all of our licensing and things like that, dog licenses we do. Of course, elections, a lot of times when even my wife, when she first met me, she's just like, you just do elections, right? It's like, no, it's just that little bit of the job. So giving that up, that's perfectly fine. I loved it, I do. So like I said, if they ever need any help, I'd gladly do it. But I've been kind of serving as a pseudo assistant anyways with a lot of the job functions I've had at my city. So I think that would kind of parlay to this.
Thank you.
Could you drill, oh,
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry,
No,
go
no,
ahead,
John.
Robert.
No, go ahead. I'll wait.
I was just going to ask if you could drill down a little bit more on that. You're a city of, what, 14,000?
12,000.
12,000. And you say that the front staff is basically 5 individuals?
Well, I'm saying in those two offices. And then there's 3 people in building, and then the city manager, and then they had a part-time assistant. And then the police was kind of, but we handled kind of both the offices.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I understand how the staff.
Yeah. Some cities, I would talk to other clerks, and they'd be like, oh, I've got a staff of 4 or whatever right under me. And I was like, I just have a deputy. So, and when she's not there, I fill in or vice versa. It's just kind of that given. Same with treasurer. There was times where both people are out in treasurer. We help that role over there.
So you integrate a lot or only a little bit with the administrator, he or herself, when you're in?
Oh, I was doing stuff with him all the time. If there's projects or something, like I said, I was kind of, I wish I had the title, because that would have been, on paper, it looks better, of course. And the city manager, we pushed for it. We did push for it, but they said no. Just keep doing what you're doing. I was like, but everything on paper, I'm an assistant city manager in essence. I've talked to other people. I have a couple good friends who are actually current assistants or city managers, and that's what they'd even say. They're like, you're filling that role. You're doing those things, why don't you? I was like, no, it's all right. I'll keep doing it. I'm the clerk, but I'm doing other things. So if I saw that something that was lacking or something was slipping through the cracks or whatever at council meeting, they kept asking the city manager, because I'm up there at the dais as well. And eventually I started giving my own reports because I was there, and I was like, well, I should talk. There's things going on in my office. I'm not just going to sit in silence. So eventually council's like, yeah, you should do a report as well. And so kind of serving that, and there's many times where I'd be like, I feel like I'm talking more than the city manager, so.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But if there was something that was going on, I'd finally just go to him and I'd be like, hey, I can help you out on those things, tie up so you can work on finance stuff, and then I would help him out.
Let me ask this. You say the involvement, was that stuff that you felt needed enhancement? Or did you go to other communities to find out how they're doing certain things and bring it back?
Yeah, it depended. It really depended on things. Like a lot of times, a lot of this stuff was a lot of ordinance things. So of course, if there was the hot button issues, recently, of course, we've had the marijuana and the chickens. Those are the 2 main hot button things that have been going on. So in talking over the last few months, you've been talking to the city attorney, looking at other communities and if they're opting in or opting out, and then how they're handling chickens. And then you look at, our surrounding communities. We have Berkeley, Royal Oak, and Troy, and seeing how they're handling the chickens and how many, and then Ferndale increased their things, and you have residents coming in and say, well, they just increased how many they can have. And why can't we do that here? And our current ordinance doesn't explicitly state that we prohibit. We just say you can't have them if you don't have 500 feet. No property is that big. So it's looking at the ordinances a lot of times, and I was looking at the charter, because our charter was written in 1940. So you look through it. I was successful in my first 2 charter amendments, which was very exciting to see that I finally was I had this long list of charter amendments, got through 2, the voters said yes to both of them, and that was great. But we've had other things where we've had a large lot ordinance where we helped with, so we looked at other communities and saw they handled that. They did the division. Now that's another divisive issue again. We passed it. Planning Commission passed it a long time ago, and now came back. Someone challenged it. They approved it. Now we have to rewrite it. So there's a lot of things like that. Just looking through, and time will tell, and things kind of go on. And so there were some things I would pick up and just say, hey, we need to get this done. Or I saw another community was doing this, or I was at the retirement conference, or saw something on MML or something like that, and you're just like, that's a great idea. We should investigate that.
Well, another thing, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, like, we hire a part-time code enforcement officer. We have a building inspector, electrical inspector. None of these people are full-time, okay? They're part-time. And they have certain days, or when there's something comes up, they get the call to go and inspect and do. How do you feel about that? And is that a problem for you to work with those kind of part-time people?
No, actually, I'm very close with our code enforcement officer at our city right now. So much so that I actually pick her up and drive her to work sometimes. And she only works 2 days a week. We just hired another code enforcement officer that works 2 days a week. So a lot of times we work hand in hand as code enforcement in the clerk's office, because a lot of times they want to know if they're registered to vote, if they're at that address. So we're working with them, actually. And the inspectors, I had working with them kind of in essence, but not really. I do know that they're part-time. I've gotten to know them pretty well, the electrical inspector and the, I haven't seen the plumbing inspector in a while, but you kind of get to know them and you see them.
Well, one other thing, you would be if you got the position, receiving calls after the code enforcement officer red tags something, okay?
Oh, yeah.
You'll have that public, well, why me?
Yeah.
Okay, and you have a problem talking to the people in the community that have issues.
No, as long as you know that the code enforcement, you would talk to them, like first, once you get the call, you'd probably go address
Sure.
them and say, what did you actually cite them for? Was it a true violation? Explain to me what the actual ordinance is that they violated, so you know, so you have better information when you can call them back. Hopefully you have that opportunity to do that. Sometimes they're right there at your office. And then still at that point, you're just like, well, let me know, let me see what it is. And then if you don't know the answer then, just say, I'll get back to you, I'll go talk to the code enforcement officer, we'll figure this out. And sometimes maybe we can give them, more time to fix the issue if it's tall grass or whatever the issue might be. Say you have until, 2 weeks from now to get this done or whatever the situation may be.
Well, thank you for
Yeah,
answering.
sure.
That's it for me.
You have any other questions for us, Mike?
No, what is, I see that you're deciding tonight.
Well, yeah, that's our intention.
Okay. Well, I still didn't quite, I'm just curious, I guess, what is it that you are looking for in qualities and things? Anyone else?
Somebody that wants to stay.
I guess that is my question.
I think that would be well-rounded to be able to wear many hats. I mean, that's going to be required in this position.
Yeah.
We've got, a treasurer, we've got 2 girls in the office, we've got a police department and DPW, and, administrator does wear a lot of hats.
Are you comfortable with, I guess, someone who thinks outside of the box and that could bring forth ideas to you that you're willing to?
I would absolutely think
approach
they would.
things? Sometimes there's people that, you have some of those, there's been a couple times where it's like, oh, okay, that was a little too far. So I just want to make sure that, sometimes when you come into things, of course, you don't immediately start those things.
Well,
You got to get to know the lay of the land.
You're going to be dealing with 7 personalities on
Yeah.
council.
Yeah.
So, selling your idea might work for 3 and not for 4, or vice versa. So, we're open-minded, we all have our way of life, and we're all community committed.
Yeah.
So sell us a better mousetrap, and
There you go. Yeah, we have 5 currently, so I understand the 7, the dynamic of that. We all have different feelings about things, so.
I guess, Council, other comments?
I'm good.
No, everything, I met with Mike and I met with John, and it was great meeting with them. They showed me around, so it was a pleasure. Like I said, just thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight.
Thank you for
Really-
applying.
I look forward to hearing, I guess, the outcome, either way.
Thank
Guess
you.
we'll see. Either way, I know you'll be in good hands. I saw the list of the other gentlemen, so hopefully it's me, but, that's what you always look for, so.
Well, again, thank you for the time.
Thank
It's
you.
totally appreciated.
Motion to
We might be close.
Yeah, work on getting that admin.
What's that?
I said, work on getting admin dash city clerk if you're up there.
I've tried.
Michael, thank you very much.
Thank you again.
Put it on your card.
Yeah, just put it on your
Put it
card.
on your business card.
I'm gonna advise against that.
Tyler Bob Malik, please meet
Oh, that's all right.
Nice to meet you.
Thanks for making the trip.
Welcome, Tyler.
Welcome, Walt York. Thanks for making the trip.
Thank you for having me. And thank you for accommodating,
Mother Nature.
God, yeah.
You might not thank us after all this time.
Okay, so we've got like 18 questions for you. Sure. Of course. We'll stand by you and then give us a couple questions at the end there if you'd like. So, first one is the village council has thoroughly reviewed your resume. Can you share something about you that is not included in your resume?
Something about me not on my resume. Well, you'd have to go back a few years for this. When I was a little kid, I wanted to be a movie director. So I would gather up a lot of, I guess now we'd probably look back on it as being unfortunate friends to make our own versions of James Bond movies. Pretty low budget. We had a lot of fun doing it. I mean, probably at elementary school or something. Still really enjoy enjoy the movies, and there's always kind of a part in the back of my mind that thinks that would be a neat job to have. But for now, I'm just glad that VHS isn't a thing anymore, and I don't think anybody has a way to view those. My sister swears she's got them locked away somewhere, but I don't think she'd be able to watch them.
Okay.
Please share with us what you've learned about Wolverine Lake since you applied for this position. Is there one thing that stands out to you needing attention?
Wolverine Lake is a relatively similar community to where I grew up. Frankly, it's above average median income, relatively well educated, 4,300 people. It's about the same size as the village where I grew up in Ohio. Obviously, the lake is your biggest asset. So water quality issues, don't need to explain to you guys, are probably the most important thing you have pressing on a regular basis. I know, I read through the Clara Miller Park Master Plan. I assume that is one of your high priorities, or I expect it would be. You didn't put all that time and effort into creating that for no reason. So I would think that from a priority standpoint, you would be looking for somebody to begin implementing that. If I understand correctly, if I remember correctly, it had about $500,000 or $750,000 worth of high priority projects, making the playgrounds ADA compliant, creating some more seating areas. I think there was a concession stand maybe in there. So implementation of that is probably going to be high priority for a non-recurring thing, but the water quality, certainly you can't ignore that. That's without the lake being in good shape, it's going to be tough to sustain Wolverine Lake, so as a community. So I would be focusing on that.
From your resume, it appears you have a career filled with accomplishments. Tell us about two that you are most proud of.
Say the thing that I'm most proud of over the past 6 years, and that I think has had the biggest overall impact on the city of Largo where I work, was implementation of a new budgeting software. We had, for the last 25 years, the city has used the same mediocre ERP system, Enterprise Resource Planning, that does all the accounting, budgeting, and asset management and payroll and all those kinds of things. And we finally realized we're spending hundreds of hours, thousands of spreadsheets trying to accomplish putting together our operating budget every year, which is about $150 million. And it just wasn't working for us. So in the Office of Management and Budget where I work, we said we're going to spin off, we're going to buy our own budget-specific application and begin using that. I got to lead the implementation of that program, and which was a great experience because I don't really have a background in IT, so it was, there's a lot of learning on the fly to do. But what we were able to do from that was spend a significantly less amount of time doing data entry and correcting errors in spreadsheets and doing a lot of manual calculations and those kinds of things, and kind of shift the entire role of the Office of Management and Budget, in the organization to be able to focus more on strategic planning, performance measurement. How are we accomplishing the goals that the commission, in our case, be the equivalent to you all, are we accomplishing the goals that they've set out for us on an organizational level? So that's really impacted the city as a whole, I think. You asked for two, so I would say the second thing I got thrown into, not thrown into, that's got a bad connotation. I was honored to be asked to serve as the acting fleet manager in, not last year, I guess 2017 now, for a while, half the year or so. No experience working with cars. I can identify my car in a parking lot, and that's about the extent of my vehicular knowledge. They asked me to step in to manage that division. I think in pretty short order, I was able to establish a good rapport with the mechanics, who I had no interaction with previously. I had to go through the 5-year capital planning process with all of our customer departments. We've got about, I think, 11 operational departments, so had to work through with all of them. And then I had to order 50 or 100 some odd vehicles for that year's batch, from police cruisers to recreation vans to solid waste vehicles. So getting through all that was kind of I can't believe that worked. And we got pretty good reviews too, frankly. Yes. The police department was surprisingly pleased with the way the vehicles came in. So that was a nice feeling of accomplishment to get through all that. And then fortunately they hired somebody who knew about managing fleets, and I got to go back to administration, where I prefer to spend my time.
Thank you.
Tyler, providing oversight to our police and public works departments is a key responsibility for our administrator. Can you share what relevant knowledge you have in public works and police operations?
Well, I suppose I just gave you a bit of a hint. Worked in our fleet management division as part of the Public Works Department. So I functioned as, obviously, a division manager at that level, as well as, on a couple of different occasions, as their budget and performance analyst. So in Public Works Department, I assisted that group with their accreditation standards. They're a APWA accredited organization. Excuse me. And I served on their leadership team. Again, going through, are we accomplishing the goals? How many miles of streets have we cleaned this year? Why haven't we? What do we need to do to accomplish those? How many miles of stormwater culverts have we cleaned? Those kinds of things. And I have had, for the last couple of years, filled a similar role with the police department. Served on their leadership team as kind of the civilian outside person, assisted them with a lot of their accreditation standards. We recently completed an evaluation of their property and evidence handling division. So we got to spend a lot of time, frankly, it's a very, I could go on about it for a while, but I know it's getting kind of late and you probably don't want me to, but we spent a lot of time with the property and evidence division, because they're bringing in more stuff than they're getting rid of, which is, I think, a pretty common problem, and not particularly sustainable when you have, obviously, space constraints. So we did an evaluation, spent a lot of time with those folks to try and give them some recommendations as to how they might be able to reverse that trend. Reallocate some staffing resources. There are some facilities needs that they needed to go through. So we produced that, and frankly, we just finished that last week, I think. So it's pretty current.
Thank you. I have a question to go along with that. In the DPW department, how many people were under you?
In the fleet division, there was a total of 13 or 14. I want to say I had 3 directly reporting to me, then there was a fleet maintenance supervisor, who the other 9 mechanics reported to. It's a pretty flat organization.
Did you have on-hands relationships with the employees and control of?
Oh, yeah,
things they do?
absolutely. Yeah, I mean, when you say hands-on, I had to go learn about some of the stuff they were doing. So I was helping them change the oil a few times just to see how they were running preventative maintenance on vehicles. And it's important to me to work directly with the folks who report up to me. So I spent a lot of time on the shop floor, and if somebody said, hey, I could do this job, a lot easier if only I had my own pressure washer. You know, he would spend a lot of time having to borrow a pressure washer from our stormwater folks so he could bring them over and clean out the front ends of some of these solid waste vehicles. I said, well, heck, let's get you a pressure washer then. I mean, they're not very expensive, and if it'll make your job easier, let's do it.
Thank you. When you reflect on your professional decisions you've made, is there one that you would like to do over?
One that I would like to do over. There's been, certainly, I've had difficult decisions to make in the time that I've been there. There was, when I was working with our wastewater department, environmental services we call it, it was the first department that I worked with, so I was pretty young coming out of grad school. They had a department director that I was maybe more forthcoming with than was expected of somebody new to the organization. So I was a little more frank, I think, in some discussions that we would have as a leadership team about things going on with employees. Is it a good idea to request this for your budget or is it not? Those kinds of things. At the time, I didn't realize it was, he saw it as an attempt to undermine his leadership or something. Certainly not what was intended, but after a year or so, I got an overall positive evaluation, had some comments from that director that were critical of, my tone in some meetings. And I wish I had been more conscious of that at the time. I met with him after that to kind of clear the air and say, hey, I didn't mean anything by it. I figure you guys are paying me to speak my mind, so I thought that's what I was doing. Obviously, I need to be more conscious of the way I approach that going forward. So that's something I wish I'd been, earlier on in my career, a little bit more careful of that. And then when I was working with the fleet garage, I guess that kind of got turned around on me because I had one of the mechanics was blunt with me fairly regularly. Wasn't particularly thrilled to have some college guy doesn't know anything about cars coming in here and he thinks he's going to tell me how to run this place. So I tried, I kind of recognized a little bit, maybe some similarities there, and tried to make a point to reach out to that employee and just say, hey, let's sit down, let's talk about what kind of things maybe I can do differently to work with you. And by the time I was done there, I think we had a pretty decent relationship. I mean, he was still kind of a malcontent, but I think we had a mutual respect and understanding there that we got along well.
Let me ask a question. Do you think those situations were growing pains due to your inexperience?
I would say so, yeah.
Okay.
You come in from college. I was a pretty quiet student
Well, we all
in
go
college.
through certain things.
So I remember distinctly sitting in a meeting early on down there, and people are throwing ideas out and saying this and that, and I remember thinking, well, this is a real job now. I better say something. And so I spoke up, and I don't have any idea what it was about, but I just remember thinking, well, I better start, throwing things out here. And I wouldn't say a couple of things. I wouldn't say I was necessarily wrong in my opinions, but also that at times reflecting back now, I could see I probably could have approached that a little bit differently than I would now.
Well, let me say thank you for being frank. That's appreciated by me. and I would hope other people here too. Thank you.
Tyler, I'm up next. I'm going to deviate just a quick second, though, just so I understand in context. Where you are now is a fairly large organization, and yet I understand your background in Toledo, or as a suburb of Toledo. Your father, was it, who was involved with administrative process there, or?
Yes, that's correct. I've been fortunate to have been exposed to this business from a pretty early age. It's kind of a family business, I guess. My grandfather was a utilities foreman in the eastern part of Ohio, and my dad's got 35, probably coming up on 40 years of experience now in municipal government management. So
About the same size of a village.
Ottawa Hills is about 5,000 residents. It's a little more spread out. It's about 2 square miles, so it's a little bit larger. Doesn't have a lake. We've got a meadow and river and a lot of floodplains, so not quite as many recreational opportunities there. But I've been fortunate to have positive examples growing up as far as how you work with employees. I know he, when I was a kid, would drag me out of bed to go help, if there was a big storm or, something like, I guess you guys must have had last night and today going through here. Say, we got to go, help the service department clear the roads and that kind of thing, which wasn't particularly fun as a kid, but kind of grew to enjoy that a little bit. So
Gave you that sort of hands-on experience, so you would have to bring into a village our size, is what I guess.
yes, absolutely.
Okay, let me go to my question. I don't want to take up a lot of the council's other time here. Our lake, and I think you pointed it out, is a very important asset to our community, both in size and, if you would, what makes a community. We have a lake management board that recommends various actions to council. In that regard, we also have a planning commission, zoning board of appeals, park and recreation board, and other citizen groups that are outside that integrate to the village, such as Onwards and Upwards, a foundation that really is the sponsoring financial foundation for our fireworks. What experience have you had, or do you bring to these kind of voluntary boards to help them continue to move forward and integrate with the village itself?
So we have, as you might expect, a number of citizen groups of our own. I have had the pleasure of working with we've got a finance advisory board that reviews all of our budgets and capital plans and audit financial statements. When I was working with the Public Works and Wastewater departments, they had a citizens advisory board that we would have to go to and make presentations about what the wastewater plant is going to do $100 million worth of improvement projects over the next 10 years. What do you guys think? Generally, it's a pretty technical thing, so generally we didn't get a whole lot of in-depth questions about those sorts of things, but we would make sure to present to them, and they would frequently make recommendations then to the city commission about whether or not we should support them. Or our recycling program was another one that came up pretty frequently. The city moved to single stream recycling shortly before I started here. Well, I guess we were finishing out the rollout when I was working here, or working there. So we would get we would work with them on sort of outreach to the community and those kind of things. I've read some of what your citizen boards do, and it seems like they are pretty knowledgeable, far more into the technical aspects of, the water management and planning and zoning than our groups are. So I think that's a pretty strong resource, particularly for me coming in, not having direct experience with lake management. Obviously, you're going to have some, I would think, decent institutional knowledge there about kind of how the lake has been managed historically and what's worked and maybe what hasn't. I mean, a lot of that stuff was kind of a balance from year to year, obviously, you know. But I kind of look forward to working with those groups. And plus, in a community this size, I mean, you expect to be working with citizens pretty regularly. So it's another good opportunity to to interact with the citizens.
Well, the second part of my question is, what is your knowledge about lakes? And I can say after 17 years in Water Management Board, I question my knowledge all of the time, given citizens' responses.
Well, my knowledge would be limited, but from what reading that I have done, it seems like a lot of the issues that might be facing Wolverine Lake are not all that different from the issues that we have down on the Gulf. You've got the excess phosphorus, which we're dealing with constantly, and the nitrogen and the dissolved oxygen, those kinds of things. We have, and I thought it would be a really clever idea for you, but it looks like you already have, there's already a state law regulating the phosphorus in the fertilizers and how you can apply fertilizer and where and when, which we have in Florida as well. I mean, you can't apply fertilizer unless, I'm sure there are some exceptions, as there are with every rule, but, for most of the summer, you're not supposed to be applying fertilizer because they don't want the runoff going into the Gulf and creating those algae blooms that I don't know if you guys read about as much as we do. The red tide, exactly. So many of the issues, certainly on the surface, appear to be very similar. It's about striking that balance between these weeds respond well to herbicides, but these respond better to using the harvester. And if you use the harvester on the wrong one, now you've made the problem worse and spread the seeds all over the place. Water is a similar set of issues wherever you go, I think. This is freshwater, though, obviously, so you don't know.
We have a lot of freshwater lakes in Florida.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Increasing our cooperation with neighboring communities is an important goal for the Village Council. What steps would you initiate to reach this goal?
One of the things that we do, I shouldn't say we, one of the things the City of Largo does is we host a city manager's luncheon once a month with all the city. Largo is very central in Pinellas County, which has 30-ish some odd municipalities. I mean, it's a lot, maybe excessive, a number of municipalities. But we host a monthly city managers luncheon at our city hall where all the leaders who show up come and discuss issues that are shared by all the municipalities in Pinellas County. Don't know, you may already do that, so that might be a really lame idea. I think something like that would be very beneficial. Obviously, there's, you've got your neighboring cities and villages and townships, Novi, Wixom, Walled Lake, obviously you share a border with, so it'd be, there's got to be some level of symbiosis there. Everybody, I suspect, is relatively dependent on one another for some services. And by the way, I'll mention, when I was reading about you guys, about Wolverine Lake, I noticed that there, on the Wikipedia page, which is not the authoritative source of information, but is the first place that everybody goes when they're trying to get first glance. Wolverine Lake and Walled Lake Wikipedia pages both say that the police department is in Walled Lake. So just a thought that I'll put that at the top of the list if you guys want me to work here to get that corrected. I had to confirm with
No
Frank
comparison.
that
No comparison.
I can see you got a police chief up in the police department.
Well, it
but
must be
then
about 5 years old,
there's,
right?
More than that.
It did link back to an article, so I assume it would suggest that you had tried that maybe at one
We
point.
did.
Or
We did. We were,
Yeah. Could you bring that page up to date?
we could, I can figure it out. Sure.
that was discontinued quite a few years
In
ago.
2010, it was, we tried it from 2007 to 2000.
Okay, I think the article was from '07, so I've kind
Yeah.
of figured it out. This
We
is
tried
maybe,
joint services, not necessarily a full.
yeah.
But when you have two different philosophies of two different communities, it's hard to make that work.
I understand, sure.
And that was through some budget issues.
Well, wait a minute.
And we
Everybody in
helped
the
each
area
other out
was
during that
facing-
time,
Yeah, yeah.
and we've also, came away with some new dispatch.
Right.
We contract that out, and we also contract out our records bureau, so.
And we're still waiting for Granholm's check.
But I think as far as intergovernmental cooperation and coordination, though, I think the important thing is that, you try. And that's the best you can do. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So I think it's.
And we had what we called CW3, that's Walled Lake, Wixom, Wolverine Lake, and Commerce. And we used to, years ago, I don't know why, I guess, for whatever reason, but we used to get together on usually a yearly basis. One community would hold it one year, the next one, discuss things, But it's gone to the wayside, and I think it was a good thing, but we've tried, and it's just hard to get everybody together.
It was more like CW2.
Yeah. You're being
Okay,
kind.
moving along here. What's the most important long-lasting initiative you've developed regarding employee development and teamwork, and how did you know that you were successful at that?
Long lasting. I don't know that I feel like I've been around long enough to declare something has been long lasting. We have been, I mentioned earlier, we implemented a new budgeting software. The office management budget previously has been very, the central home of anything budget related. So we've got managers all over the, department division managers all over the city who, if they want to spend any money, they have to call up, me or one of my colleagues and ask, do I have any money to spend? How much can I? One of the things we've tried to do as a result of getting this software has been democratizing that process, giving access to all of the managers, and then the trick is, of course, to train them all on how to find that information themselves and become a little more empowered over their own division or department. I mean, that's part of the job of being a manager is, a big part is knowing what resources you have available to you to accomplish what you need to for the year. So we've been developing kind of a training program of Budget 101, 201, that we are, it's kind of moving in fits and starts now, but I think as people get more used to it, I think that'll have a good impact. Because one of the things that we found is those people, for the most part, want to have that control and they want to have that knowledge. It just hasn't been accessible to them. So, like I said, it's still kind of in its infancy, but I think in the long term it'll be beneficial for all those folks in our organization.
Okay.
Getting a collaborative agreement on contentious issues can be difficult. Some municipalities face financial decisions. Others struggle with resident disagreements over plans for the future. Walk us through a time when you faced a particular divisive problem and tell us how you approached getting the parties to agree.
This wouldn't be particularly large scale in nature. This is more of a micro thing. But when I was working again in the fleet garage, I came in one day and the senior mechanic quickly began explaining to me that he had had some kind of a verbal tussle with our solid waste manager who handles the refuse collection, those kinds of things. The solid waste manager at the time was also the acting department director. And, you know, I got the side of the story from Jim, the employee who worked for me. And it sounded like, you know, maybe both sides had been a little, it had to do with cleaning up the fuel island that we had, and it sounded like both sides were maybe being a little, could have handled things differently. So I got that, you know, I got his side of the story, quickly got called over to the solid waste manager's office, who suggested that this is a terminable offense and you need to fire that guy. And his side of the story wasn't all that much different from what I had heard previously. So it was the kind of thing where I'm going to have to handle, this guy's the acting director, so he's, you know, kind of high up in the organization this month or this week or whatever it was. I'm going to have to explain to him that I don't, you know, this isn't something that I feel like is a fireable offense. If anything, it's both of you should get some kind of a written reprimand and, you know, calm down a little bit next time. So I drafted up that, you know, what my plan of action was. I also contacted the regular department director to say, just so you know, I think we might have a little bit of an issue here. And then told our manager, I'm going to recommend a you know, written reprimand, or at most, you know, like a day off. And I'm not going to give it to you to sign off on. I mean, you're the department director technically right now, so usually you would be reviewing these things, but you're also a party to this confrontation. You're a party to this disciplinary issue, so I'm not going to give it to you to review or to, you know, move up the food chain to our HR department. And he wasn't particularly happy about that. I knew I had the support of the regular director, and so that was what we did, and that was, you know, basically how that issue was resolved. It's not a particularly exciting one, but fortunately we've got a pretty, you know, our citizens are usually pretty easy to get along with when I have to interact with them, at least. But it was kind of an uncomfortable situation to be in, certainly, particularly because I'm in an acting position there myself, so could have ruffled some more feathers, but I think everybody was relatively satisfied at the end of it.
When we call the individuals who have worked with you over the years, what will they tell us about you?
I'm passionate about the work. They probably tell you that because I know some of them I run into on the weekends at the office, you know, putting in extra hours too. I am a fast learner. I think I said, you know, we've got about a dozen departments. I think I've worked in all but maybe, I think maybe I haven't spent any time with the library department learning their operations, but I suspect that they would probably tell you that I get put into these new departments, you know, going from the police department to the human resources department. There's two very different operations to work with, and I've been in both and pick up on how they run things pretty quickly. I feel like I should say, you know, nobody's perfect. They might tell you that I've been reliably told, at least, that I can be a little impatient sometimes with the bureaucratic process. I have a quote, I think an Aesop quote up on the wall of in my work area that's, after all is said and done, more is said than done. And I think that's I kind of have to sit back sometimes when we're having a meeting to talk about the meeting that we're going to have next week, and then after that, we're going to have another meeting to talk about the meeting that we just had. And then in 6 months, we'll revisit this issue and see if we can come to a decision then. Part of that comes with working in a very large organization. But sometimes I got to step back and kind of just let things run their course, and ultimately it may be taking us longer than I think it should, but we'll get to the right conclusion in the end. So I've been told that that's something that I have improved on over the years, kind of taking things in stride a little bit.
Okay, good. Tyler, what is the most ethical challenges that you have faced? Tell us about how you handled it and what you might do differently now, if anything.
An ethical challenge that I have?
Yeah, that you have faced.
Oh, gosh. I don't know if this will quite answer your question.
Wait a minute, it's our question.
Excuse me. The collective question, as far as ethics goes, well, I suppose it does. The same employee that I was talking about earlier, who had the scuffle with our solid waste manager, kind of sort of caught a break on that instance. I had told him, I think if I remember correctly, the way things shook out, the department director said, write him up for a suspension. And so I did, but I told him that I disagree with this, and when you have your hearing, your review hearing, I will back you up on it. Not sure if that's the traditional way you're supposed to handle those kinds of things, but I felt like that was the right thing to do. I say he caught kind of a break on that issue because shortly after we were getting ready to take that action, we had Hurricane Irma come blowing through. And so it seemed like, okay, maybe we'll just lose all this paperwork because we've got a lot of other more important things to do. We got to prepare for this hurricane. It's about to blow through. It looks like it could be serious. About half an hour before we were supposed to report for work, he texted me and said, I'm not coming in. I've decided I'm going to ride this out with my family. I'm not coming in. Because it was it was going to be a pretty serious storm coming through. It was scary. But you're a public employee, you work for a local government, says right in the job description, if there's an emergency, you respond. You need to be at work, ready to, in this case, fix the trucks that are out trying to clear the roads, or the police cruisers that are trying to maintain traffic. So I was not very happy with that, particularly since I kind of felt like I had just been, trying to cut this guy a break. After the storm, I had, pretty much, because we had 36 hours to sit around in a bunker effectively, and nothing really else to do but think. So I had already written up the action to terminate this employee, which was unfortunate because I was fond of him. But this was, this is one of those kind of unforgivable. You can't just not show up in an emergency. That would, I'm sure that wouldn't fly very well with the police chief, and it certainly didn't fly well in a hurricane situation. I had decided that, it was kind of an understandable situation, that it was going to be a scary, I mean, I thought I might lose my house. That it might not be there when I get off a shift. So I could kind of empathize with wanting to be with your family. So I had decided that I would do I've got 2 letters here, and one of them is a termination, and one of them is a resignation, and I can sign one or you can sign one, but, one way or the other, you can't work here anymore. And we had been told that, no, we're terminating these people unless they, kind of jump the gun and say that they're going to resign. But I had already made up my mind, so when I called him into the office, I still gave him the option, and he chose to resign, which I think was probably the smart thing to do. He was a good employee, he was a good mechanic, just, shouldn't be working in a situation like that. You don't need that black spot on your record. You do fine working at a Midas or a Jiffy Lube or something, but, so that was, I went, I guess, a little bit around what I was supposed to do, but in that case, I think it was justified, certainly. And, what was the worst thing that's going to happen, so.
Okay. What do you believe that is the most important skill an administrator can have when it comes to administrator and council relationship success? Tell us of a time when you had to rely on this talent to build or improve relationships.
You're all presumably pretty different people, different personalities, different backgrounds. So being able to interact with each of you, either one-on-one or in a group setting, and being able to gauge what all of your wants and needs are going to be for each issue that comes before you is a bit of a juggling act, or it could be. Fortunately, it looks like you all get along pretty well. From what I can tell, there's not a whole lot of contentious votes, and there's not a lot of throwing of water bottles across the dais. But still, it takes some level of skill to be able to interact with each of you on a regular basis, and be able to communicate what you want to know when you want to know it, and know what your expectations are. Be able to anticipate the kinds of questions that maybe you're going to ask before I come to see you. My experience, like I said, working with so many different parts of our organization with the City of Largo, where I've got, I would spend time working with our wastewater technicians out digging ditches all day, not digging ditches, I guess they're digging up pipes and trenching and shoring and those kinds of things, and then have to go work with people at the completely opposite end of that spectrum of being the city manager or the HR director, people who just come from a completely different walk of life. That's something that it's not a hard skill, it's a soft skill, obviously. So, but I think it's something that I've been able to develop over the years, as far as just being able to interact with people all over our organization, really all over. I mean, you're going to run into the same kind of things with citizens. I mean, you're going to have citizens who are probably, PhDs, and you're going to have citizens who didn't finish high school, something. Being able to interact with them and treat them all as equals is an important skill. I've seen some people who, they get to that department, the head of the organization that they work for, and start to view the wastewater crews as lesser for some reason, and that's that's not something that I do. I try to treat everybody equally and make sure that everybody's needs are being addressed as they come up. Try and communicate with everybody equally. So, and you got to juggle a lot of different personalities when you work in a big organization like that. So it might be, I mean, I'm sure you have a lot of differences on this group, but it might be kind of a relief, frankly. A little, just a handful, fewer different people to have to work with.
Thank you.
Well, as you mentioned, Tyler, we're pretty proud of the organization that is in place that you would manage if you took the job. We feel, I think, both as a council and as a village, that we provide our citizens with good customer service, and we do it with a lean and well-managed staff, and a staff that manages itself. I guess our question, or my question, is what is your process for prioritizing, organizing, and managing time, and evaluating how effectively that management process is, both for yourself and the people that report to you? Excuse me, I'm losing my voice.
A lot of times issues come before you. It depends on who they're coming from. Your priorities, I work for you. Your priorities are my priorities. So generally, if this body makes a decision and you set out some kind of a time frame for that, that's going to be at the top of the list. Life safety issues, those kind of things, obviously, fortunately you've got police department that handles most of those themselves, but those naturally should be at the top of the priority list as well. And then you can kind of trickle down from there into more of the quality of life. My neighbor's got a tree branch that hangs over my yard, and I want something done about it right away. That's the kind of thing. Well, we'll get out there as soon as we can to take a look at the issue and see how we can resolve it. I use a lot of technology, as you might expect, in day-to-day work. So I try to keep all of my projects and tasks, and we have a project management application that we use, which effectively is just it's a fancy to-do list, really. I try and keep everything in there with, when is it due and how much more work do I have to do it. That's something that we all share as a group in our organization. So if there's something that, something came up, I'm not going to be able to get to. We have a pretty collaborative organization now. So if something came up, I'm not going to be able to get to it. Somebody might, I might say, hey, Matt, one of the guys I work with, can you handle this thing for me? Here's where I am with it. I've got to do this other thing, and he'll do the same for me. If he's got something, I might jump up to do it for him. But that's generally how I try to keep things organized. Like I said, whatever your priorities are going to be my priorities, because y'all are the boss is. And then you just go from there.
All right, what is the most important, long-lasting initiative that you have developed regarding employee growth, development, teamwork, and how do you measure that it was successful?
Did you already ask that question?
There's a lot of tricky ones.
Was there a similar question?
That was a very similar one.
Well, I guess not to, as far as employee growth and development, and since I already tried to fall back on the budget management and training program, I'll try and do a different one. We've, as part of our sort of refocused management budget office, we've been adapting we've been going through some training and spreading it throughout the organization on what's not particularly imaginatively called a high-performing organizational theory. I guess run by the University of Virginia or something. It's sort of a program that they've developed. And basically what it amounts to is very similar to what I addressed earlier, trying to empower employees to make their own decisions. Effectively, we're trying to train people not to micromanage, I guess is probably the easiest way to put it. They don't need people shouldn't need a manager telling them, I want you to trim that tree and that tree and that tree. People, they should feel comfortable in making those kinds of decisions for themselves. Employees should feel comfortable making suggestions to their manager. I think we could do things better if I had a pressure washer. What do can we do that? So we've been trying to implement that throughout the organization. That's a pretty recent thing. So I can't say that it's been long lasting. I think we did the first training for that in October or November or something. So that's a pretty new thing. One of the illustrations that came from it that I really liked was trying to sum up what was a 3-day training course, taking the traditional organizational hierarchy where you've got a manager, administrator at the top, and then chiefs or department public works leaders the next level down, and then employee officers or line staff another level below that. What they said and what I really liked and try to embody in my work is flip that upside down, and now the police chief's job is to say, how can I make my officers' job easier? How can I make their lives simpler? And then the administrator's job is, how can I make, how, chief, can I make your job easier? What kinds of things do you need that'll help you run your department better? What kind of things do the public works folks need that'll help them keep the streets cleaner? How can we go about, you tell me what you need me to do. And frequently that's going to be, I need you to go ask the council for something, I suspect, or I'm going to need you to find money or grant or whatever the case may be. Or we don't, we have a problem like we're bringing in more evidence than we can get rid of. Do you have any ideas as to how I can reverse this trend? So, like I said, that's something that we have been trying to instill in our department directors, who are frequently the toughest nuts to crack, and then on throughout our organization. We're trying to get kind of everybody. I guess the other illustration from that is that everybody should be doing some level of task work. Everybody should be doing some level of leadership work. From your tree trimmers to your village administrator. Everybody should be doing some of each of these elements of work. So we'll see how that turns out. It's like I said, it's another kind of new program that we're working on.
So just to put another twist on that question that was similar, is how do you measure your successes in your daily work and your throughout the year?
Well, we have been trying to tie, so I guess a couple of things. If you're looking for daily work, we do, and you guys, I found, have a very similar performance dashboard to what we are creating, where we set out specific, specific goals on a variety of measures. I mean, you guys have, one of them was, I think you had one for number of acres of parkland per 100 people or 1,000 people or something. And we have a similar measure to that. So that is one way that we are, you know, I mean, we've got, I don't know, several dozen of those kinds of things. What's our emergency response time? How long does it take us to get to calls? We've set a goal for what we want our response time to be. If we're meeting it, great, and if we're not, then we know we need to step back and say, okay, what's the problem here? Has traffic been particularly bad this year? Do we need to rethink some of our traffic engineering? Have we had, you know, do we have 24 vacancies in our police department and we don't have anybody to respond to calls? You know, do we need to, on the parks thing, do we, you know, we've built, you know, 2 new apartment complexes. So if we want to stick with our parkland measure, that means we're going to have to find new parkland somewhere, you know. Okay, so how do we go about doing that? So that's something we've been reporting on now for the last couple of years, quarterly. And then all those things are tied back to, and like I said, I can go longer about this, but all those things are tied back to a strategic plan that we developed in 2017, and they have 3 overarching initiatives and a bunch of goals underneath those that, you know, we're working towards accomplishing. So,
We talked earlier about the accomplishments that you are most proud of. Looking back, what do you see as the most creative or innovative project that you were involved with and the most innovative solution you offered to an issue or problematic situation? Tell us about it, who you involved, and why you think that was a novel approach.
Well, since I've already touted my software implementation credentials, probably more than you care to hear, I'll go a little bit, again, more micro. When I was, again, managing our fleet division, everybody was kind of in one building, and there was what we term the fast lane, kind of an outbuilding where people can come in and just get their routine inspections done and maybe, you know, get the washer fluid topped off and, you know, the pressure in their tires checked a little bit. So this guy would be out there, and we had a pretty extensive program of recording our work on the vehicles in a software program, recording the work we're doing, what parts are we using, how much time does it take each mechanic to complete these things, so that we could bill back to those departments at the end of the year. This poor guy would go out every morning and all day on Tuesdays without any access to technology out there. So he'd have 25 cars roll through, and he'd have to write down on each one how long, you know, in a scratch pad, essentially, how much time did it take me to work on this one? How many parts, you know, what parts did I use? I replaced the wiper blades, those kind of things. And then he would have to come back into the regular, you know, into the main building and sit down at a computer terminal, and, you know, usually at the end of the month, once he's got a great big pile of these notes, and enter them into the software before the end of the billing cycle. When I was down there, I said, this doesn't seem particularly efficient. Why are we doing it this way? Could we have somebody else help you? I entered a whole bunch of these things just to try and help him keep moving. He said, I've been asking for years to get a computer out there, but every time it comes up, the IT department comes in and says, well, you're going to need to run fiber optic to this building because it doesn't have it, and we're going to, it's going to cost $25,000 to do that. And we're going to need to get you a whole workstation set up, and it's going to need to be one of these hardened kiosks so that the the computer equipment doesn't get damaged or anything like that. And after a couple of weeks of watching this guy do this, I thought, we've got Wi-Fi all over this place. And I know we've got laptops that we use in the main building to run the diagnostics, plug into the diagnostics port on the vehicles. Why don't we go see if the Wi-Fi reaches out there? Because it seems like it would. And maybe you could use that. And we went out there, and sure enough, there was Wi-Fi access in the garage. So I said, well, okay, that's a positive sign. You want me to buy you a laptop out of, we've got some funds available if you think a laptop out here would help you. I mean, it's not a full, with the big screen and the keyboard and all that, but, well, yeah, I think that would work. And we ran it by our IT folks and said, I know you guys want to run all this fiber and get, hardwired in and everything, but it seems like this might be a workable solution. And they said, well, yeah, I guess that could work if you really want to do that. So, after a couple of weeks, we got a new laptop for the guy. It had all the software he needed to access the asset management program and the work management. And, I think after a couple of times after I had finished working with them and gone back to administration, he called and emailed, said, hey, I'm emailing you from the laptop here. It's still working. And then after a couple of months or so, I guess it said, it's tiny on the screen. It'd be great if I could have a bigger screen. I said, well, see if IT folks will give you a bigger screen. And sure enough, they, I guess, acquiesced and said, I guess we can put a bigger screen out there if you want. And so I got another call from him saying, hey, I can see the monitor now and everything. It's great. And I don't have to do all these goofy paper slips anymore. Pile up on a desk all the time.
No candy should be given more than 1 hour to be consistent through it all. So you got about 2 minutes to finish up the interview.
Okay.
Consistent.
Thank you for the extra time. Or, sorry for taking extra time. Depending on how you feel.
The last one.
Yeah, I guess we might as well just skip to the last question then. And it's, do you have any questions for us?
Well, 2 minutes, so see what I had jotted down. How do you all see the village changing in the next 5 years? Or do you see the village changing very much in the next 5 years?
I'd probably say not a whole lot.
Well, it's not going to get any bigger.
There's no land available
Yeah, it's pretty
anymore.
well built up.
Right.
I think what we're seeing, though, is that a lot of the smaller homes are being consumed by bigger homes, and now that we have sewer coming through the village, the septic systems used to keep the houses down to a certain size. Now that the sewers are in there, you build a monster on a 60-foot lot.
Essentially, that's about it.
Growth and,
Anything else?
What would your first priority be for the next administrator?
Take over where the last administrator left.
Stay longer than 2 years.
Also, let me, and I've asked this in several interviews now, what were if I understand that this is a public meeting, so feel free to answer or not answer. What were some of the positive qualities that you would like to retain in the next, from the previous administrator to the next one, and what were maybe some of the things that could be improved upon?
Well, first of all, he was a nice guy.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say, personable,
Yeah.
collaborative,
And there's parts of this village needs attention, and there's other parts of this village that could run by themselves from now until the end of time. So whoever comes in here will soon, within a matter of a short period of time, know where the help is needed.
Okay, that's kind of cryptic.
We run on a minimal,
That's it, Bob.
time's up.
Time's up.
We run on a minimal staff.
Well, thank you for applying. Thanks for making
Thank
the
you.
trip.
I really
Just out of
appreciate
curiosity, where are you staying tonight? You have a
Well, I've got a La Quinta waiting for me back by the airport.
So you going home tonight, or?
No, I fly back early tomorrow morning, back to Tampa. So gotta get, back in the office there. They be missing me.
They won't even know
I
you
hope
were
they miss
gone.
me. Yeah. Well,
Well, thank you.
I hope.
Yeah, thanks for making the trip.
Thanks for making the trip.
Thank you.
Thank you much. Safe trip back.
Thanks for answering the question.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the snow for a while.
It's a nice change. So I'd take
Have a
a
safe trip.
Nice to meet you, safe travels.
Good luck to you. Have a safe trip back, huh?
I guess we have to wait for two for a couple seconds.
Wait for what?
We lost two.
He was telling us about their long council meetings.
Well, when they start early, it doesn't help either.
Yeah, that's true. Well,
Okay,
important job. Figure out where to go.
well, we're down to item 7 on selection of the village clerk/administration.
I'm not done.
What do we have for discussion as far as that is?
Well, personally, I think the last candidate had a lot to offer.
I would say the same thing, Ed.
Yeah, a couple of the questions that everybody stumbled on, he wasn't afraid to admit them. He's got years of experience in everything we need, plus a great deal more. Education, master's degree in public administration.
And he caught a double question, which I felt
Yeah,
was
that's-
pretty incisive. I was
Yeah.
getting,
Oh, he caught the,
caught the double question.
yeah, there's actually two
There's
that,
a repeat of one
Yeah,
question.
that's-
right in the-
four that are similar.
Can't believe that.
If we ever go through this again, we're gonna get a better set of questions.
Yeah, well,
Now, how would you do it, and what did you think? Well, anyway, he was my favorite.
Yeah, I agree, same for me.
Here, let me ask this question. On a consensus, who would we like to eliminate? In other words, who doesn't interest you? And I'll start out with number 1.
I would say
Okay.
number 1, too.
Does anybody agree with me? I mean, let's get it down to who we want to really talk about.
Yep.
That's because what, of age and experience? Is that?
No, that's my personal feeling, and I just don't think he had what we want long-term. How's that? So just for being honest and what I felt.
Or that he would be long-term.
Yeah, I don't think that.
Well, again,
No,
that's why I put it in the wording that I
Never know
did.
where that's going to be, but I agree with you on that.
Okay, so that's my point, number 1 is if everybody agrees that we need to
Eliminate him. Yep.
do I make a motion for that, or?
No.
No,
Okay.
I think we gotta
make one motion.
Want a pen?
We got consensus on that.
Well, okay, does everyone agree?
Yeah, I think we
Yes, I
have
think that's
consensus.
true.
Yeah.
We're
I
not
think we agree.
considering
Mark?
number 1.
No, I mean, Dave, I'm sorry.
David.
I'm looking at your sign.
Yeah, here.
Well, I just want to make sure that everybody agrees, that's all, that,
I believe that's correct.
and nothing against the man personally.
No, but some of them don't have much the qualifications.
There's
Yeah.
a lot of lack of active management skill,
Yeah.
which is concerning.
I guess I'd fall down to Michael Smith in the same kind of,
Yes, those two.
yeah,
There's no active manager role there.
yeah. Nice guy.
Yeah.
But, I think managerially he's a little bit weak. Lives in the area, all the rest, those are all good, positive points.
Well, another thing that I felt positive, he stays places, okay? I mean, you look at his experience and time with Clausen.
Clausen.
I agree.
You know, he goes from 2010 to present.
Well, the one thing that kind of flagged in what he said was they're going to have a new administrator there at some point in the near future, and he's not willing to stay for that. Why?
Well, that's why, you know, we're having the
If he's
discussion.
so dedicated to staying with that municipality, why is he not waiting for his opportunity there and trying to hop to another?
Well, I look at the side of it, he's young, and this is a chance to grow. I mean, this is a step up. You know, he's been for X amount of years, what did I say, from 2010?
Right.
Okay, you do get stale. I mean, I know I've changed jobs in the past.
Sure.
And so he, to me, presented himself well.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
So we keep him on the list? is that-
Well, that, I would think he's one of the viables to talk about as we
Okay.
narrow down.
As compared to Neil Rankin, and let's,
Well, let somebody else go.
I don't know, I liked Michael from his personal standpoint. I agree,
I did
the
too.
lack of management is an issue.
I did too.
Yeah, but for me, from a personnel and personality aspect, I liked him better than Neil. Although Neil has way more qualifications. I think
Michael
he was
Michael better than Neil.
Michael better than Neil, is that what you're saying?
from a personality
Yeah.
standpoint.
Okay, but wait a minute, let's not go to Neil, let's still, we're working on Michael.
Well, he's
Well, we're
he's
doing a
commented.
comparison
Yeah,
here.
okay.
Comparison.
Yeah. Just a comparison.
Yeah, but when you look at this, we're talking about 2014 to 2015 and then present, so, you know, I don't know, I just said what I said,
That's a pretty tough decision. There's a lot of good qualifications in a lot of them, you know.
Tyler hit a home run on this, on the interviewing, and I think looking at the amount of people he's dealt with in the budget, $150 million in expenditures, I can't see where, I feel he's just got the edge all the way.
I feel he's got a lot of managerial experience, but I don't know.
Which one are you talking about now?
Tyler, no.
Tyler.
Tyler, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
the only-
obviously, he has a lot of managerial experience, but
The
I
only
don't
thing-
know if the managerial experience is going to be a little over our level that we need.
I'd rather have more than not enough.
Well, I understand that.
Well,
This
yeah,
is a
but
repeat of our last administrator, is that what your concern is?
No.
Too much power on a plate that doesn't need that much power?
I'd like to have an administrator come in here that we don't have to have a learning curve.
well, I think one of the things that I seen with Neil, and since we've brought him up, well, I'm sorry, is Neil now or Tyler you were talking about?
We're talking,
We're talking
Tyler, I'm sorry,
Should
Tyler.
break Neil up.
You're right,
last
because
guy.
the order's out of whack.
Yeah.
I found with Tyler, almost that him coming from this size of community to this size of a community, by his answers and everything, he elaborated on a lot of stuff, okay? I mean, for me personally, I was like, wow, ask me the time and they'll build you a watch. But he was honest, he brought everything to the table. So I can't knock that side of it. But again, I think it's gonna be a huge difference coming from
Right.
the amount of people that he's involved with and all the different things. You know, we talk about the garage, you walk out there and you got 3 stalls, you know. And
But he
if
knows
they're-
it.
are they working on a truck?
When you hear him talk about it, he talks about the mechanics, he knows what they're
That's-
doing. And when you talk about a change, he's going from some place where the average temperature is 70 degrees.
Oh, yeah.
And he's coming back here, so
I think that's why I
he's
asked the
looking
question
for a
about his
change.
experience with his dad watching.
Oh,
him
yeah.
work, you know,
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
Well,
I
and
don't think he's
plus,
gonna get in a truck and go.
plus
up,
this will put him
Andy
closer
Clark's
to his
snowball.
Well, but
relatives.
nobody's going to be able to snowball him either.
Yeah, that's true. So I guess we've jumped from
So,
Michael,
Well,
sort of
well-
blew over Neil, and we're on Tyler, is that what I'm?
yeah, well, we got Michael as a viable candidate and Tyler,
Okay. so
all right? So that's
Two
2.
on the,
Now we got Neil. I gotta go back.
the 2 city managers. or the
Yeah, well,
village and
I
the city
made a couple of
manager. A lot
notes.
of experience and.
One of the things I noticed
Rex, I mean, a
on Neil,
lot of experience there.
he was fast In other words, with his answers, with his, things, and nothing against that, but he doesn't hesitate, if you noticed, when you asked him a question. He went right into it and answered the question. Almost too fast. But other than that, I didn't have any ill comments. I just think he's viable to look at, but he's not my number one or number two. That's a personal, what I got out of it.
What do you guys, have you heard anything?
So are we down to 2 people now?
Well, we haven't ruled Neil out yet.
Haven't ruled Neil out yet.
So is it Neil up against Tyler or Neil up against Michael?
I think Neil stands on his own. Again, well, no, really.
Neil's still on the
Here,
table.
look, I'm going to say what I have to say, so you guys better live with it.
I see a hand in the background there.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
If I could.
Yeah, sure, Mike.
Last time, in 2016, what you did was you picked 2, each of you,
Right.
and ranked them.
Ranked them.
Ranked them, that's
Yep.
See at
true.
the blackboard, and we could maybe
Yep.
distill that process.
Yeah, I thought about that too.
That's a possibility. I also had my own impressions about the candidates, should you care to hear them.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
but
Certainly
for now,
would.
if you'd rather,
We'd like
I
to
would
hear.
suggest that.
Yeah.
What, you mean as we rank them, or do you have,
I think so.
or would you like
Who
to
would be-
comment
who
just
would be
going
your
down the
first and
list?
Second choice, and let's see, if once we distill that list.
Good, okay,
maybe
good
we can
idea.
come up with-
Otherwise, we'll be here through the
Okay, so
11
we're gonna-
o'clock news, right?
I don't know.
I'd like to
I'd hear his
say
feedback now.
eliminate Neil.
I'd like to hear his feedback now.
I think Neil is a lot more qualified than Michael is.
Michael, do you want to give us some feedback now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of like to hear that before we rank, because you might help.
Yeah, distill the rankings.
If I get a-
Is Frank going to be able to speak, or are you
I would
going to?
just like to say this, I'd like to say that, just so you guys know, the last 2 candidates reached out to me personally, reached out to John.
Okay.
Mike made a visit here in person, spent about 45 minutes with him. I think John did the same. My impressions of him are that he brings in just fresh air. He's got some enthusiasm, he's got some initiatives. I will grant you that the cost of some of these could be problematic. New software for us, $50,000. I've never approached you with that. I'd be laughed out of the room. But you're right, the bit about supervisory experience. To the extent that he has line authority, it's over perhaps 2 people in the clerk's office. Money-wise, it's a lateral move, and Mark, you made a good point. With an open manager position there, and as much as he loves the community, I mean, we could have asked that, I think, and I wish we would have in retrospect. Tyler, we didn't hear much about his financial background, and that's really his stock and trade. I mean, he's a budget analyst, he's a staff person, he's not supervising people, but at least he knows what a manager is, and he was selling himself, I thought, by virtue of his forays into these different areas. He's showing you what a manager he can be. I didn't get that he has any line authority in his role as budget analyst. And I think, in my mind anyway, they're the 2 obvious top candidates. Do you want somebody younger, a breath of fresh air with enthusiasm, albeit without managerial experience? Do you want somebody who is probably financially savvy, much more than we found out tonight, and also with the ability to kind of ad-lib? My thoughts. If you want to rank things, I'll just stand up at the board, but.
Okay. John, do you have any comments?
I work at the pleasure of the village council.
Oh,
Actually, let me tell you what, I actually ranked them as we went along. I took copious notes. I only felt that there was one that was actually, I would want to work for.
You wouldn't?
There was only one that I
One that
would
you
want to
would
work for, and that was Mike Smith. I liked him because of his upbringing, his background. Everything he said to me made sense. Now, his supervisories, I will tell you right now, when I hire a cop, I don't hire a good cop. I'll tell you that right now. I hire a good person, we make them a good cop. I think he has a quality, he's a quality person. He is a family man, he's local. I really don't think you're gonna get somebody that's going to stay here
unless you hire from someone who's already established. Um, I spent quite a bit of time with him. I spent about 45 minutes with him, had a good conversation. We talked about the ups and downs that we went through the last 20-some years here, and explained to him our succession plans, where we're at in that, what we're doing with that. He liked the fact that we're actually doing it. I don't think you're going to get, and I'll be frank right now, I don't think you're going to get a dynamic leader, but I think what you will get is a good person that's going to stay, that's going to be able to run the department, but be strong enough to do the things that he has to do. And with the council's backing, I think that would only improve over time. That's my opinion.
I'm in agreement. We are a residential community, and you want someone who's going to be able to personally interact with our residents. That's first and foremost of what we do here, is service our residents. And I just felt Michael Smith would be the best candidate to do that. Maybe he doesn't have all the managerial experience, but I think that will come with time. I think the personal aspect will start him off on the right foot to begin with, and start to deal with our residents in the way that we as a village pride ourselves on doing.
I felt he was more personable than the other three.
Agreed.
Oh, yeah.
And he wasn't shy on answering questions either.
No, he wasn't.
You know, and we did ask questions.
My only concern is we're hiring somebody who, his highest rank has been a clerk. And there's a lot to do as an administrator.
But he's worked along, if you remember, he did work along administratively also. Ed.
And I don't like as
mentioned
Bob
that numerous
put
times.
it, we didn't all start as managers, in our career or whatever.
Yep,
We all
that's
started
right.
at the bottom, so.
Just from a classification explanation, there are many clerks in communities that are also clerk, administrator, or assistant to the manager, like the Village of Milford. They're clerk, it's just a title. So communities can call them clerk, assistant manager, or just clerk. Sometimes I think it would be important for you to look at what his functions and roles are.
Well, he had mentioned that too.
Yeah, he also
He mentioned
I was
that
looking
a
for
couple
where I wrote
times.
it down.
Also, in his work experience, when he was deputy clerk, he performed the duties of the city clerk in her absence, which then, whatever changed there was when he stepped up. So, I mean,
Well, I guess we can go,
So the table has Michael and Tyler as a general consensus of the two to pick from. Is that what I'm hearing?
well, I'd like to rule out Neil at this point. Does everybody agree?
okay.
Are we ranking different than you want to rank, Mike? I guess each of us should pick two. Maybe that's what you said happened last time.
Register that, and we can look at that, that's all way to go.
Okay.
Let's do that to be fair.
Yes, no?
Well,
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah, let's just do it.
Kid's coming up here from Florida. He doesn't plan on
Brian, you wanna
moving
call
in the next 6 months or 5 years. I don't know. Yeah.
Well,
Everybody
I didn't
will do it.
think about that until John said that he said he'd give him 2
You want
years.
to have more discussion, or are you
Said
ready
he'd
to?
give him 2 years
I-
and try to get that closer to.
I think we probably could go
Around the
rank him
table.
at this point.
And then his father's
Brian is,
big shot there.
chair and
right?
is
His
president.
father's probably gonna retire. looking
Sure, I'll go
over
first.
there.
No, why doesn't he get a job down there now?
I think I'll rate Mike first, Michael Smith first, and Tyler second.
Damned if you do and damned if you don't.
You're doing what you're doing, huh?
I just, well, I'm not gonna,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say
yeah.
anything more at this point until everybody
Yeah.
has their counts in, so.
Well, am I next up?
Sure.
You're pro tem.
Okay. I'm pro tem, or am I just temporarily a pro? I'm going to just reverse that. I have some agreement with Ed that you bring in a gentleman who has some deep knowledge. I understand there's not going to be a long-term relationship. That could be a problem. So I'll go Tyler and Michael.
Dave?
You've been around the longest.
Am I next?
Yeah, go ahead with that.
Same way, Tyler and Mike.
I said, you're agreeing.
Yeah,
this isn't unusual.
What the hell's going on?
Excuse me, Mark.
I moved down here and we're agreeing?
Next one in line.
You're gonna grab her heart.
Yeah, well, stranger things have happened.
Stranger
I
thing.
gotta go with same as Ed and Scott.
David, you.
Michael Smith first.
Somebody else?
Tyler first. We have eliminated Neil Rankin, I believe.
Dave,
Seems like he's not in
Mike,
something.
I'm going with Mike and Tyler.
Suspense builds.
And there's Walt.
And then there's Walt.
It's a good position to be in.
Yeah, it is.
New kid on the block, right?
New kid, different
I'm not
eyes,
afraid.
right? You're in that.
I'm gonna go with Mike and
process.
Tyler. Mike first, Tyler second.
Well, it's definitely a close ranking, that's for sure.
So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4. First place votes for Mike.
Yeah, 4 for Mike and 3 for Tyler. Finney?
And coincidentally. And Tyler's pretty close. Right? Weigh in, say, what do you think? Where are we at?
It's Mike this year.
Now, what's your overview?
No.
It's never going to depend upon the police
Well,
department.
here's the question,
DPW, and
is this
front office.
the final decision, or?
Yeah, are we gonna discuss this any
Could we
further?
do it in
Close, I don't
terms of
know.
we
I
don't
don't
really want either one of them as our final
That's true.
candidate?
That's true.
It's the other possibility, right? Theoretically?
And
What's that?
fall to one more on this list, is that what you're saying, or?
I'll make the motion that we hire Michael Smith.
Well, let's listen
I'd like to hear
so-
Frank's
Let's
opinion.
listen to Frank first. What do you think, Frank?
So
you got
first
it?
of all, thank you for the opportunity to serve you in this capacity. I want to thank the people on your team that I got to work with. They've been extremely, extremely helpful along the way, made it very easy for me. When you go to make your motion, if it's this close, one thing I would suggest to you that's been used that's very helpful for the community, and that is, if you believe that both of these candidates could do the job and you're satisfied, then what you may want to do is, if the majority is for Mike, what you may want to do is name Michael as your candidate and Tyler as your alternate. Because when you go to have negotiations with candidate one, it's very helpful to have a candidate two who's just very, very close. It helps you in your contractual negotiations, especially if you feel that both of them could do the job. And I guess that's a discussion for you to have, that if you didn't, if it wasn't, if what happens if your contractual negotiations don't work out with candidate number one, are you satisfied with candidate number two? And it looks like you are. I think you had it's hard for you to compare this because you haven't gone through this in 3 years, but I can tell you, I've gone through this probably 10 to 12 times since you hired a manager. The strength of the candidates that you had for a city of this, village of this size, for your administrator was very, very strong. In fact, if you go back 3 years ago and look at your list of finalists in various experience to what you have now, very, very strong. I think you have two outstanding finalists. It's tough to separate them. And it sounds like you have by a very, very thin margin. But the only thing I would suggest to you is if you're comfortable, and that's a discussion for you to have, with both of them, set up an alternate underneath your candidate, and your process from here forward will go a lot smoother.
I'm willing to amend my
Dealing with
motion
these two
to
people,
include Tyler
you have
as an
a-
alternate.
Hold on a minute. Is there any insight you want to give to us about either one of these candidates?
Well, I really like them both. I have to say, I was hoping Tyler would be more concise, a little bit more concise in his responses, and that's a discussion that we'll have as I help him in the future. I thought Mike was really, really strong. I like his local connections that he has. He's going to hit the ground running because he has all these connections here locally. you have such a well-oiled machine here. You don't have any industrial base. You don't need someone who's going to come in and fill a downtown. You got a police chief who can run his department without any oversight. You may have some issues in one department that need some attention. Okay, you got a finance guy who's been doing this for 35 years or something. I mean, he knows his stuff. He doesn't need oversight. And your two ladies that I met, Tabitha and Paige, are outstanding. I mean, you've got such your attorney doesn't need any help. What you really need is someone who's going to come in here and be able to maybe pay attention to a couple things that need some attention. But when you look at a community of this size, typically you're looking for somebody who can fill a downtown, bring on industry in, and all those things, and you're different. And that's why this search has been more about a fit than responsibilities. So fine, if I was giving you any final advice, it'd be find the right fit, because either one of these individuals can come in and manage this place and do what you want them to do. It's just who's going to be the better fit for you. That's what it boils down to.
I was just impressed with, I know Taylor got a little bit long-winded, but he answered all of our questions. Some of these questions are so repetitious, and he came up with something different each time, so, I felt, whatever.
I have to go by the people that have to work with them every day, so.
Yeah.
Mike talked about two different people. John and
That's part of
Tabitha
it.
both
And
said
you
that
know
they
what?
like him, so for me,
The one thing-
that's why Mike is number one.
Yeah, and the one thing with Tyler that didn't really, he kept going back into his 6-month stint with running the fleet
manager.
department. And I'm sorry, but if he's been there for 7 years, there should have been a little broader range of development besides a 6-month stint with the fleet department. And I understand he's got plenty of IT experience, and,
Well,
that's kind of what turned me off on that whole thing, and I think Mike would bring even a little bit better, more of a broader area.
Here's one other thing, and I'm not going to talk numbers, but if you look at what they're making now and what we put on the table, okay?
Right.
I'm not going to put that out because you all have it in your packets. You'll see that one, you're going to get less than the other one. Financials. So.
And also, keep in
And
mind,
it also gives that person, the one that would get less, a chance to grow.
You're talking about our final contract negotiation.
Right, you know what?
Salary number.
Flip me around, make it Tyler Mike, please.
That changes the dynamic.
Bob always wants to be a dynamic chief.
Yeah, well. Oh, you gotta look at the bottom line.
Yeah,
I mean, no, I'm just saying, we're not through yet. And I guess where I can ask this question is, if you hire somebody from out of state, do you have to look at a moving expense? I mean, you've been involved with this type thing. Frank, what,
We paid something to Nate.
I take it he doesn't have a family.
I don't know about that, but
They're not allowed to ask. Not allowed to
I
ask.
don't have that discussion with him, but I will tell you that, yeah, there would be relocation expense involved if you do what other communities have done. I urge you, and I'm going to walk away from this, and you're going to work with this person, but I would urge you not to look at this decision on dollars and cents.
Yeah.
That is
Really.
not it's not a way to look at it at all. You could get somebody in here, and if it doesn't work out, you're hiring somebody to do another search in a year or two. Hire the best person and the best fit for your organization. And if it costs you $5,000 or $6,000 more, it's a great investment.
Yeah, agree with you.
Totally agree.
So where do we sit?
Well, we have a motion on the table.
Motion.
We hear a second.
Did you,
I'll second.
you added a friendly to your own motion.
Yeah, if it's accepted, I'm willing to amend my motion to add Tyler Thompson as an alternate candidate.
And a background check contingent.
Contingent, that's fine.
And background checks on both.
Well,
I would only do it on
number one.
Yeah.
Just on one.
Bob, you changed your vote to put Tyler up on top, right? So he's got more votes right now on the table,
I'll
right?
second your motion, but.
4-3?
So we can go
yeah,
on to discussion.
but it's coming up for a vote.
Yeah, Walt already had, we're in discussion right now because we had a second on it already.
Seconded, okay.
So we had a motion by Dumont, second by Mr. York.
Well, I
We're
think
in discussion.
with the changing that Tyler's got the edge, I think personally, it should be reversed because the majority of council would want him to be.
But again, it's how many, it's like going to a zoning meeting, okay?
Do we wanna-
No,
do we
no,
wanna
really,
take a
now,
rerun
you have to put it out there, and you might,
On the positive, yes.
on the positive, but that don't mean you have to vote positive.
Yeah.
So you can't go by that, you gotta go by the vote.
Just keep in mind, I urge you to think about this before you move forward. First of all, you think that both of these candidates are just, can't wait to get here, that Wolverine Lake is the all that they want to get to.
Mhm.
And the thing is, remember, you're dating, you're trying to attract them as well. And this, and at the end of the day, are they gonna want to come up here on a 4-3 vote? There's not many people are gonna come up here on a 4-3 vote, you need to figure out what you're gonna do and how you're gonna move forward, because it's really imperative that you have
Unanimous
you can
vote,
come
if
to a
we can.
unanimous
Well,
vote on what you're gonna do.
What I know I do in the past, I'll vote against something. And if I'm the only one, I will ask for the president to call for a revote, and then, so we have 100% unity, and that would be the same thing here. But currently, the motion was put on the floor when one person had that extra one vote, and he was the majority.
But this is the motion on the floor.
I
so
know,
you
I
have to
know.
vote on it.
But the motion on the floor now, it's actually reversed, so we've got a motion on the floor, and we'll see what.
Well, we're still in discussion. I mean,
That's what we're
Can
discussing.
I talk about the motion? for a
Mike, I'm
second?
not gonna ask you to change it again.
But I'm here.
yeah, go ahead, Dave. We're in discussion.
Sure. So Michael Smith is the type of person that I can work with. I say that, I'm an industrial construction worker. I'm the oldest of 3 boys. I say that because we have a DPW who's going to be run by this administrator, regardless of which one we choose. Michael Smith, I believe, can communicate with the men in the garage. Tyler Thompson, I think, will get steamrolled by the men in that same garage.
See, I feel the opposite.
Yeah, I would say I feel the opposite too.
I don't. I agree with Dave on this
I
one.
do too.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll be writing out a letter for,
It's a shame that it's boiling down to who do we think can straighten out the DPW.
That's not what I said.
no,
I said work with.
Work with.
I know that you have.
It was a matter of
DPW.
perception of how I felt personable and how they would deal with other employees, okay? Personally, I feel that Michael would have a better personal relationship with our employees and residents. Tyler, I think he could get it done, but just because of his job, he's an analyst, okay? It's a different mindset, in my opinion. So, I mean, take that for what it's worth, but
I agree with
He's
Brian.
more analytical than he is
personable.
interpersonal.
I'd like to call for
Yes.
the vote.
What's
let's
that?
call
I'd
the
like to
vote.
call for the vote.
Okay. Roll call vote, please.
So I just want to clarify your 2 motions. So the first motion is for Michael Smith, and the second motion is for Tyler to be the alternate?
There's
Correct.
Should be
But it's just
one
one motion.
One motion.
Just one motion.
Altogether.
And contingent upon background check on Mr. Smith.
You had
Correct.
in your meeting for Nathan, a direction to have the administrator.
We're gonna go there next.
Okay.
This is just a vote of,
I do have additional, you said a background check. What about, strictly gonna do the one background
one
check?
background
Okay.
check on Mr. Smith at this point. Okay,
All right, roll call vote. York,
Yes.
Sinkowitz,
No.
Duff,
No.
Scott,
No.
Nedrow,
yes.
Dumont,
Yes.
Mallett.
Yes.
Okay, we got a 4-3.
So you wanna,
Well,
Anybody want to reconsider their vote based upon where we're at?
You're voting for Mike first.
Yep.
He wasn't going to have you change it, but that's,
Okay.
he's voting for the motion that stands on the page.
Yeah.
So the motion passed,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah, motion passes.
Okay.
I just asked if anybody wanted to reconsider their vote.
well, if you want
well, you want,
another call to go to unanimity or a majority, I think you can recall the vote and we'll see whether we can consolidate around this decision. So that's up to you, Chair. Or it's up to one of us, I guess.
Well, we've got a majority for Mike.
Right.
Correct.
Yep.
I make a motion that we offer the job to Mike Smith and go through the proper procedures of background check.
Second.
With Tyler as an alternate.
And Tyler,
Tyler's an
yeah.
alternate.
We're doing just the one
so
first.
you're just, you
But
want a
that's the same
motion to
motion.
That's the same
reconsider
motion.
your
Yeah,
vote
but
on
he's
that.
trying to
'Cause
take
it's the
and
same motion,
redo it so we have a unanimous.
You were on
You
the
want to vote to
opposing side.
reconsider?
Yeah,
You want to vote to reconsider it?
it's the same exact motion that what you
Well,
just
I'm
said.
trying to get a unanimous vote for
Well, that's
this.
what I'm saying. We
Right.
want to vote to reconsider.
Yeah, that
Vote
would-
to reconsider.
Yeah,
Your second, okay, that's a motion by Sinkworth, second by Melick, to reconsider the vote.
so the motion is exactly what Ed just said,
Right.
because that's what Dave said. It's the same motion that Dave said. That's what you're reconsidering right now.
Yeah.
Just we got a new first and second.
Okay, vote, roll call vote, please.
York,
Yes.
Sinkwitz,
Yes.
trying to keep them in the same order I have them. Duff,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Nedrow,
Yes.
Dumont,
Yes.
Mallett.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, there we are. What's
Okay,
next on our
that
agenda?
being the case, we're going to offer conditional offer of employment, I guess, right? That's second on the agenda here, so.
So what you did with Nathan was you directed the administration
Yeah,
and
administration
the
to
bar office with, if they need assistance, to negotiate a contract.
I guess at that point, I
Or you
guess.
can send it to the
yeah, Yeah, as
administrative.
far as contract negotiations and the offer of employment.
I'll make that motion,
Well, hold on
if
for a
we
second,
can.
Dave. I'd like to speak on that first. I think a good way to go would be to, Frank has offered, since he's been involved in this process, I think it would be helpful for him to be involved, along with our attorney, along with Mike, our acting administrator, and also to have administration committee in on that. So,
Wouldn't that be also the negotiation committee?
no, just admin at this point.
Negotiation is collective bargaining.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
collective
okay.
bargaining.
Right. I think that would be a good team to work towards negotiating the contract.
So the process there would be your administrative team would work with your administrator and you'd figure out what you want.
Our administrative committee
Yep,
would
your
work with.
And you
My
can-
only job is to carry forward whatever you decide, carry that forward to the candidate.
Right.
I'll be the
Okay.
spokesman with the candidate, bringing it together.
Okay.
That'll be my role.
So your administrative committee is going to work with your administrator, your acting administrator, and come up with the terms that you'd like to see in that contract, and present that to Frank, who's going to communicate that to Mr. Smith, and then if everyone's in agreement on that, I'll write a contract.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that your
And
motion?
you'll also indicate to
Yes.
Tyler that he
Thank you for cleaning that up.
Isn't it amazing?
Yeah.
I'll be talking to
He
him.
must be an attorney.
I don't usually
I'll be talking
clear it
to
up.
him.
We need an attorney.
There's a lot I can, yeah. He's a great, yeah. I mean, you really have two outstanding candidates at the end of the day,
Good problem to have.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, it is.
it is.
I'll tell you what, we had a great group.
I'd like to make a comment that when we started to go into this, being that this is something that I guess is not your full-time job, but compared to MML, you should be on the top of the hill. Because the last time we went through this, we had one candidate that stood out, and another one that it was a maybe, and the other ones were not even in the ballpark. So when we had really some viable candidates this time, you did a a good job.
Was it 8 to start out with, or 9? I don't remember.
Yeah.
Thank you. In some of the, we lost some candidates along the way.
Right.
too. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your most experienced candidate you lost this morning, so we ended up in a really good place, and I think you're going to be really pleased with where you went.
Great.
So I have that motion. Who made the motion and seconded it?
I made the motion.
I'll second it, if nobody else did.
Okay, so that was
Oh.
a motion by Dumont, second by Sienkiewicz.
I actually did the
Correct.
first time.
No, he wants credit for it. Give it to him. We got to get him on the list.
So that was
every
Mr.
time,
York then.
Just to make sure you're awake.
That's right.
And that was to direct administration committee.
Oh, I didn't second that one, so sorry. It should be added. I thought you were talking about the first.
That's what I thought.
See, you're already a page behind.
That's what I thought. I didn't think you were on that
Sorry
one.
about that.
Give it to him anyway. Doesn't matter.
Okay. To direct administration and our village administrator currently, Mike Gondek, to come up with contract negotiations, offer of employment, and then to have our attorney draw up a contract.
If he
and,
accepts.
If he accepts.
The only thing you'll have to discuss as well is, you don't want to, as you can see where there's a time lapse, you can lose candidates.
Yep.
And there's quite a time lapse, I think, now on your next meeting.
We'll call a special.
We're going to call a special meeting
Okay.
on that, yeah.
Frank,
Yeah.
would,
How about Friday?
Well, we have to have time to get it put together.
How much time do you need?
It really depends. I don't know what the term, until I hear what the terms are and kind of talk to the.
I think the administrator and the administrative committee meeting this Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah, to talk this out and then come
We
right
meet
back
this
to
Friday
you.
and come up with the terms,
Right.
and then they'll present that to you, and you can
Good.
talk to the candidate, or to
are we
Mr.
going to
Smith.
do a Friday during the day thing or Friday morning
good.
or what?
And
I'll talk
then
to them over the
3:30 would be great.
3:30
I'll
be
put the
great.
contract together, and that will come back to you,
3:30
maybe
work?
a special meeting.
You're not going ice fishing or anything, right?
There was a shanty out there.
Two in front of my house.
So then, just to
Yeah.
understand that process, village council will have final review of that contract. You'll ratify that contract. So, although you may not be one of the administrative committee members on Friday talking about the terms, you will be ratifying that contract. So you will have an opportunity to look at those terms
Right.
before they're signed.
Oh,
No, just because of the time constraints and, we, during this whole process, we lost a couple good candidates. Does,
I would hope to get a special meeting with the
I mean,
council
we-
to get ratified within 7 to 10 days at the
of the
longest.
final.
Yeah.
yeah, because, I mean, he knows what we're offering and what's in here. I mean, I would think he'd say, yeah, go ahead with it, I'm accepting it. I don't know.
Yeah, I think we can bring it together. I just want to know that we can get a special meeting to get it ratified
Right.
sooner than the next meeting, the right next
Well,
meeting.
next council meeting is 13th.
Our next
right?
council meeting is 2 weeks.
Yeah.
3 weeks.
Right, so we could possibly schedule maybe a special meeting next week if there's a time.
Yeah, it's a come and a go meeting, right? I mean,
Right.
We're not
Yeah.
one topic meeting, why not?
All right.
So we're doing administrative on Friday and a possible one topic Tuesday or Wednesday, is that what I'm hearing? Just so I can plan a schedule.
Yeah, that's fine. One quick detail, who's doing the background?
There's no family life when you're on council.
That's on you?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
See that?
And I've
Why
already.
don't you just come in for an hour?
We'll do some
3 o'clock in the
criminal and
afternoon.
driving and credit.
Damn it, there's something on Friday.
Okay, so admin 3:30 on Friday for sure, because we got to post it
So we
tomorrow.
don't have to do
Right.
that? too?
I think that's. a
Ed,
good
that works.
item.
Friday 3:30 works for an admin, Ed?
Need 8.
No, just the admin
Just the
committee.
admin.
Oh, just admin, okay.
3:30
You're
Friday,
going to have a
Ed?
special meeting next
Yeah,
week.
yeah, okay.
All right, motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn by Jeff,
Sure, why not?
second by
I'll second that.
Scott. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.